and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As I say, please remain standing as I introduce Kashif Fakhruddin, the president of the Islamic Center of Naperville, to lead us in invocation.
Let us pray. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. May the peace and blessings be upon his prophets and messengers and all those that follow in their blessed paths. O God, we ask you to look upon us today, to guide us, to live our lives that most pleasing to you. We ask you to put peace in our hearts that we may spread it all around us. We ask you to grant us the strength to fulfill our obligations to the best of ability. We ask you to protect us from being people of injustice, that we may purify the world of it. Remove all our difficulties and ease all of our tasks. Grant us from your infinite mercy all that we need and ask for, from the dreams of our hearts to the prayers on our lips, to our every expectations and aspirations we have. Unite our hearts and grant us the ability to serve his creation. Guide and direct our actions and facilitate for us that which is best for our families, our youth, our community, and our country. May you lift the pandemic from our earth, grant healing to those who are sick, and bless us all with health. Please protect us, guide us, and keep us safe from all calamities. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Mr. Deputy Clerk, please call the roll.
Chaplain.
Here.
Covert. Here. Dessart. Dessart.
Here.
DeCiani. Here. Eckhoff. Here. Elliott.
Here.
Hart.
Here.
Healy. Here. Krajewski. Here. Larson. Here. Noonan.
Here.
Ozog.
Here.
Lachowski.
Here.
Renahan.
Here.
Rutledge. Here. Selman.
Here.
Tornatori.
Here.
Zay.
Here. We have a quorum. I do have a point of order. I am passing on some information that was brought to my attention from one of the county board members, just an advisory. Please, all those who are participating remotely, please be sure to keep your microphone on mute, and then, of course, unmute it when you are want to speak. And any background noises, TVs, radios, things of that nature, please be mindful of the fact that we can hear all of that here. So with that, I move right into the chairman's report. I'm so excited. We've got a wonderful celebration to celebrate an event today, and it's a pleasure to welcome Kay McKean here today as we celebrate the 30th anniversary of Scarce. So she was just a child when she started this. And come on over here if you don't mind. We'll keep a proper distance here. And thank you for wearing your mask. As all of you know, Scarce is an organization that collaborates closely with DuPage County Board and our Environmental Committee and Stormwater Committee. And so I'd like to do a shout out for Jim Zay, the Stormwater Committee Chair. He's standing right here. And Liz, member chaplain. I know she's very involved in Scarce and all things environmental. And so she joins us here virtually as well at the podium. And I know that Scarce does a marvelous job providing education on reducing our carbon footprint, recycling, best environmental practices that ensure our air and water quality are as high as they can be for DuPage County residents. Scarce is celebrating its 30th anniversary, and I'm going to read the proclamation, and then I'm going to invite members Zay and Chaplin to say a few words, and then, of course, we want to hear from Kay with her acceptance speech. So, whereas DuPage County strives to protect and enhance the quality of our rivers and streams and developed an educational program to communicate best management practices throughout the county, and whereas the county partners with Scarce, which has provided decades of teacher and student education programs through workshops, tours, classroom visits on waste reduction, recycling, composting, energy efficiency, water quality, and flood mitigation. And whereas, in partnership with the county, Scarce hosts the annual Sustainable Design Challenge to encourage local high school students to design green buildings and using science, technology, engineering, and math, STEM, practices that promote sustainability, improve water quality, and whereas Scarce also partners with the county on the Earth Flag, Ecology Flag, and Water Quality Flag programs to recognize significant efforts made by communities, schools, and businesses in waste reduction, sustainable practices, energy efficiency, and protecting and improving the water quality of local streams and rivers. And whereas Scarce assists with various community and organization recycling events throughout the county, ensuring items are reused or recycled and are not dumped in the landfill. And whereas Scarce works with local community groups and residents to install educational medallions on storm drains throughout DuPage County to remind businesses, residents, and visitors that stormwater runoff entering storm drains runs directly into local streams and rivers. And whereas Scarce is celebrating its 30th anniversary, having successfully provided environmental and water quality educational services throughout DuPage County, and whereas Kay McKean, the founder and CEO of Scarce, and members of the Scarce staff are valued members of the DuPage County community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Daniel J. Cronin, Chairman of the Board, and members of the County Board do hereby congratulate Scarce on its 30th anniversary, and we applaud the group's efforts to improve the quality of life for our residents here in DuPage. I'll entertain a motion. Seconded. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Past this 11th day of August, I'm going to put my mask on, and then I'm going to ask Jim to come on up here. And well, first I'm going to have Kay, if you don't mind, accept this resolution, and you have one of your teammates with you. What's your name again? Okay. Beverly Jaslowski is here. Did I pronounce that right?
No, that's very close. It's really tough.
I know, very tough.
Beverly
Jazarowski.
like jazz. Like, all right, got it. Okay. Well, thanks so much. I guess I'll invite Jim, please. Jim, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Kay. Congratulations on 30 years. You know, they're an important non-for-profit partner in our community. On the stormwater side, Scarce provides our water quality education to the schools throughout the county. One of the great things we've collaborated on has been the Water Quality Flag, which recognizes schools and organizations for going above and beyond in water education and protection. In addition, as it was said, we do the Sustainable Design Challenge here at the county. We missed it this year, but they were on their feet. We did it virtually, which was still great, so the kids can participate. Kids who had already started their projects still got to finish. So we always love having them here in our building. Scarce also conducts tours for the teachers throughout the county for our stormwater management, from the Elmhurst Quarry to our other control facilities, the DuPage Water Commissions, to our local wetlands. You know, the teachers then use that in the classrooms to help the students, and it's always been great. We do the models. I love the kids where they see our little models where they have the little thing and they put the Kool-Aid in there and it goes, oh, that's fertilizer, and it runs off, and the little kids understand what's going on. Nobody understands in my block, but that's why they all over-fertilize. But also, not only is this type unique, this education Scarce does, it also helps the county and municipalities meet our Clean Water Act. So not only is this great for our environment, but it also gets us a requirement with the Clean Water Act that we have to do every year. One of the most challenging years, I'm sure, for you guys over the last 30 years. But again, you're a big, important part of our community, and congratulations on 30 years.
Member Chaplin, would you like to chime in here?
Sure. Thank you, Chairman Cronin. So, Kay, congratulations on 30 years. It's been a lot of fun working with you on the environmental committee. I love our Earth flag ceremonies. We go out to the schools and the kids are just adorable and they're so enthusiastic. And then we go to the businesses, and that's really impressive to see all the great work that these businesses are doing. But really, one of the first acts that I did as environmental chair was sit down with Kay, and we talked about what can we do? What are some of the things we can work on at the county? Initiatives that we can take at the county, and we thought that the jail was a great place to start. So we arranged a meeting with Sheriff Mendrick, and he was, very excited to sit down and talk with us. And we had a lot of people in the room at our first meeting, and ideas just started to flow. And there was so much energy, and we came up with, a children's library at the jail. Sheriff Mendrick and Kay worked on a sharps collection. And the first one that I attended, 2 sheriff's vans were full of sharp needles and other things within the first 2 hours of the event. That event was so needed, and I believe there was another one. And then we relocated Hope's Garden to the jail, which, we weren't sure it was going to go through this year. It went through. It's beautiful over there. So those are just some of the, extra things that Kay's doing to help out here at DuPage. But you guys might know Kay has quite an extensive resume. So I'm going to just go through it real quick. Kay recently received an award from the City of Wheaton for 36 years of serving on the Environmental Improvement Commission. Also, local author April Anderson wrote a book titled A Field Guide to Everyday Life, which includes years of environmental education and the impact Kay has made at the local and state level. In 2012, Kay had a photo and a whole page written up in the book titled Legendary Locals of Wheaton in the activist section. Some other awards over the past 5 years. In 2015, Kay was awarded the Illinois Association for Floodplain and Stormwater Management Public Education and Outreach Project Award. The Women's Distinction, she made a difference in Chicago's western suburbs and is a role model and a leader in her field and community. In 2016, she was awarded the Recycler of the Year from the Illinois Recycling Association. In 2017, Nonprofit Executive of the Year from Western Suburban Philanthropic Network. And in 2019, Community Promise Award from the College of DuPage. Kay has received about 20 other awards over the last 35 years, from Wheaton Citizen of the Year in 1986 to 4 state-level awards and 3 awards from the Illinois Recycle Association. As I mentioned, Kay is so passionate, energetic, enthusiastic, knowledgeable, and hardworking and dedicated. And people in DuPage, we talk about jewels and gems of the county, but I'm going to say that Kay is the crown. Kay is the crown of our county, and I just want to sincerely thank you for everything that you do.
Well, I'm getting old. I know Jim Healy and I worked on a League of Women Voters video. What year was that, Jim? Long before you were on the county board. It was a really long time ago. And I know Sheila, I've had Sheila's kids from Weesbrook. How old are your kids now? 29 and 30. Yeah. And then Greg Hart was at St. Isaac Jogues when they earned their Earth flag. You guys, I have, first of all, I should know that this is my daughter, Beverly McKean Jazarowski. Yes. And of course, she's been with me for a while, so she knows Scarce pretty well. I have been so privileged to work with the residents of DuPage County. I really am. I feel like it's a privilege. That's where I get my energy. I really do. I work with kids, and I work with seniors, and I work with you guys, and I work with anybody who'll talk trash with me. I'll just do it. It is a privilege. I love everybody in this county. We get so much done together. Recently, I was asked to give a talk to there's a convention every other year or something for clerks, city clerks. And I was asked to give a 3.5-hour workshop to city clerks for the state. And to go down there and to find out our holiday light program is now across the state. It's in some parts of Wisconsin, it's in some parts of Iowa, it's in Michigan. That was just one little thing. Our pumpkin smash project last year was in 4 other states, and we got calls from the United Kingdom to start it there. Our design challenge, we've gotten calls from all over the country from high schools and organizations trying to copy that. The water quality flag that we designed with Mary, lots of organizations. Our cooking oil collections, you guys, we get calls probably every week from cities trying to figure out what to do with that cooking oil. We couldn't do it ourselves. We're little. We're a total of, are we 9 or 10 part-time? It's just amazing to see what we can start here, working together, and really impact the world. That's pretty cool. And just this summer, for whatever reason, maybe because it's our 30th year, our interns have been coming, some with their 4 kids, for me to meet a physician in South Dakota who went to the Islamic school in Villa Park, to a physician in Washington State, to different interns from all over Maine, all our kids, all DuPage County kids coming to say what they're doing for the environment. That's pretty amazing to me. The Sharps Project, I'd been asking for 10 years to have somebody help me collect syringes and all those little lancets from all the diabetics. 1 in 12 homes has syringes now. So what we've been able to do here in this county, it's not matched by anybody. And I have more ideas. I just can't tell my staff any more ideas because they'll kill me. But I have the best team on the planet. I really do. Our staff is just as energetic and caring about the environment and the people in DuPage County as I am. They have just as much energy as I have. It's just, I'm so fortunate. I just feel like the most fortunate person on the planet. And to have my daughter with me is just quite amazing. And now my grandson is helping us with e-learning. So that's really good. He's a broadcast major, so that's kind of cool. And of course, Jim, you know, the king of water, the DuPage Water Commission, and Liz and everybody who's been chairman of the environmental committee, Pete, we've all been able to move forward with things that are not just helping us here in DuPage County, not just helping our people, not just helping the environment here, but we're helping people around the world on a daily basis, which is kind of amazing. I've been in every school in DuPage County. I probably go to church more than any of you guys do because everybody wants meetings with their church green teams and their adult education and their summer camps. And we've been, I think, in all the animal shelters, you know, helping with the kids in their summer camps and their staff. I think our partnership is fantastic, profoundly impacting so many people. And so I thank you for that. But I think it is all of us working together. That's the only way. When Liz is talking about the jail, she and I sat down with Jim, and he said yes, because we had this list, and he just said yes. And I said, what are you saying yes to? And he said, all of it. I'm like, yay! So who gets to do all that? We're just so lucky to work together and just help so many people. So I can talk for 30 years. So thank you for helping us do what's impacting the world and making the world a better place. Thank you very much for this award. Thank you.
Socially distanced photograph.
No, just kidding.
Okay. Thanks, Beverly. Okay, that was very nice. On the order of chairman's remarks, we have a very substantive agenda today, and I will highlight several items of interest. But before I do, it's important for me to begin with a word of thanks to our employees. It seems like every day we are faced with a new challenge. resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'm enormously proud of the way our staff, and particularly our senior staff leaders, have pulled together as a team, creatively and systematically solving problems, answering questions, developing procedures for these unique and unprecedented times. I talk to my counterparts frequently from all around the state, and I believe that work we've done here in DuPage County has truly been exemplary. If ever you wondered what an essential worker looks like, look no further. Our senior staff, executive staff, and employees have more than risen to this challenge, and it's a good thing. It's a great thing, because unfortunately, we're not out of this yet. But I don't want to miss an opportunity to thank our senior staff and our employees for their dedication and their diligence. You make us proud. As we look at today's agenda, you have the opportunity to help our local communities as together we battle this COVID-19 virus and work to keep our residents safe. First, you will consider a resolution which makes it easier for county businesses to qualify for our Reinvest DuPage program. The first grants, as you know, were aimed at businesses or independent contractors who had not received assistance from the federal Paycheck Protection Program or the Economic Injury Disaster Loan, or any state hospitality grant or any local loan or grant program. The resolution before you today removes that restriction, allowing thousands of businesses to receive direct assistance we've set aside from our federal CARES funding to help small businesses. As this pandemic continues to impact our local economy, we want to do all we can to help our small business community. Another resolution allocates $3 million in federal CARES Act funds to provide financial relief and support to our DuPage County fire protection districts. I want to thank Keith Creston, Lyle Woodridge Fire Chief and acting and soon to be confirmed President of the DuPage Fire Chiefs Association. He's been wonderful to work with. He's been a collaborative partner in working through the 19 intergovernmental grant agreements on the agenda this morning. I ask that you approve these IGAs to demonstrate our support for our firefighters and first responders, and so we may quickly distribute these much needed funds. There's nothing more important than public health and safety. We appreciate the critical role our firefighters play in protecting our families and our communities. Also on the agenda today is a resolution that I feel strongly about. Since 2010, when I was first elected to this office, my focus has been on reducing the size, scope, and cost of local government and making DuPage County a model of good government, efficient government, accountable government. During my time as chairman, I've learned a lot about the consolidation of government services. One thing I know for sure is that before consolidating government agencies, it's important to analyze the functions of both entities and take the time to understand each organization's mission and operations. Talk to the people involved and find out what makes sense. We commissioned a third-party firm to perform a thorough review and provide information and data demonstrating whether savings could be realized by combining the recorder and the clerk's offices. The data concluded that simply putting these two offices with their unique missions and different services together would not yield savings. Just because other counties have taken this step does not mean it is right for DuPage County. As the clerk indicated, she would assume all of the current recorder's positions and need to select a deputy to head up the new recorder's division in her office, close to the salary of our current recorder. No real savings could be achieved at this point in time. Therefore, putting this question on the ballot in November is not in the best interest of our county, in my opinion. If we were to place the question on the ballot, that very act would lead voters to believe that we had reviewed the matter and that this was a consolidation effort much like what we had proposed in the past, that it would be feasible, reasonable, cost savings, efficient, lower head count, more accountable. None of that would be true. So I ask for your support in repealing this resolution today, and that is on the agenda before you. And finally today, I ask you to consider placing 3 questions representing current topics of interest to voters on the November ballot. I seek support for referendum questions that explore voters' opinions about the importance of and actions taken by our law enforcement agencies to protect and serve our residents. And during these unprecedented times, I seek voter input on our efforts to ensure our community maintains the supplies needed to reduce the spread of COVID-19. So thank you in advance for your support on these referendum questions. So with that, we move to the next order of business entitled Public Comment. As you know, our county board rules provide for members of the public to come and appear in person, or we've been accepting messages and statements via the internet. We still want to abide by the rules that individual remarks shall not exceed 3 minutes in length, nor shall the total time provided for all remarks exceed 30 minutes. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Connor McCarthy, our Assistant State's Attorney.
All right, first public comment is from Jack Weisenmeyer. It was submitted in the middle of last meeting's public comment section. Is Mr. Weisenmeyer here? Seeing no, Mr. Weisenmeyer is not here, I'll move on to the next comment that was submitted electronically. It's Michael Drager, record of appearance only. Next comment's from John Sebastian. It's regarding Pete DeCiani. It says, Pete is a great example to all of a person who accepts all people and treats them fairly. Pete cares about everyone in the community regardless of their race. I respect Pete DeCiani, and I am glad Pete is a DuPage County representative. John Sebastian, 21-year resident of Elmhurst. That concludes his comment. Next comment's from David Ambrosio, record of attendance only. Next comment is from Alex Belmars. It's regarding Pete DeCiani. It says, we support Pete in law enforcement and keep his position in leadership roles. Don't tie the hands of an effective leader. Author of 8 state laws advocating for our most vulnerable, including children and adults, protections for law enforcement, fire and teachers, public works, families, author of Illinois wandering laws and EpiPens on police. Pete DeCiani is our guy. That concludes that comment. Next comment's from William Martin, record of attendance only. Next comment's from Gil Pedicini. It's regarding support law enforcement. It states, I support law enforcement 100%. I do not believe there is systematic racism, period. That concludes Mr. Pedicini's comment. Next comment's from Eric Puglia. It's regarding the censure of board member Pete DeCiani. It states, I have been in law enforcement as a police officer for nearly 8 years. My family has been in law enforcement for nearly 100 years, one way or shape or form. Prior to becoming a police officer, I worked on many political campaigns in DuPage, including some on this very board. Some of you know me personally. The fact that this board is seriously considering censuring board member Pete DeCiani is honestly quite ridiculous. The fact that he's the only elected official in this entire state, Republican or Democrat, who has said positive things about those that wear the uniform, displays how much police in this state have been left to fend for themselves. It really is a shame. What did he do that was so wrong? Defending those in law enforcement isn't a crime. When will this faux outrage mob stop? There's a reason people live in DuPage County, not Cook County. If you want an explosion of crime and violence, keep attacking those in law enforcement and those that even stick up for law enforcement. Anyone who feels so strongly about vilifying law enforcement can feel free to move to an area that doesn't support their police and see what their quality of life looks like in Chicago, Baltimore, St. Louis, to name a few. I personally believe member DeCiani should be getting a medal for his actions, not a censure. We still have freedom of speech in this country, and vilifying someone for using that right is disgraceful. A society that doesn't make peace with its police and better make peace with its criminals. I think that member DeCiani should have this entire incident wiped from his record and continue to serve honorably on the great county of DuPage. That concludes his comment. Next comment's from Kathleen Haslett. It's regarding Pete DeCiani. It says his actions over the past few weeks, including this weekend's robocall spreading lies, bring shame to the board and to our county. I personally think he needs to step down. Thank you for your time. That concludes Ms. Haslett's comment. Next comment's from Myra Alvarez. It's regarding Pete DeCiani. It says, hi, my name is Myra Pasilis. I couldn't make it in person. I wanted to share what Pete has done for my family. Almost 5 years ago, the future of my then 2-year-old daughter who has special needs was on the line. You see, my daughter needs surgery every 4 to 6 months in Philadelphia due to the severity of her condition. At that point, she had already had a few surgeries there, but all of a sudden, Illinois Medicare didn't want to keep approving them. My daughter was overdue for surgery and we couldn't get it approved. My daughter's therapist told me about Pete. She told me to call him and that if someone would be able to help, it would be him. Calling Pete and explaining everything to him was the best decision I could have made in my life. Pete got to work the same day, and in a few weeks he had made it happen. Illinois Medicaid approved us to keep getting care in Philadelphia. My daughter is now 7 and thriving. We still get her surgeries in Philadelphia. He fought for my daughter like his own. He's a very caring and passionate person. We need more leadership like Pete from our communities, not take away. Pete helps the people without a voice, not caring of race or ethnicity. That concludes the comment. There's a duplicate comment that appears to be identical from the same individual. The next comment's from Bill Babiar. It's regarding Pete DeCiani. It states, I would like to express my support for County Board Member Pete DeCiani. I respect Mr. DeCiani for his many years of serving the public, and as a retired law enforcement officer, I wish to express my sincere thanks to him for his support for law enforcement officers. Thank you, Mr. DeCiani. That concludes Mr. Babiar's comment. Next comment's from Sean Keeley. It's record of attendance only, supporting Pete DeCiani. Next comment's from Guy Maniscalco. It's regarding Pete DeCiani. It states, I am writing this on behalf of Pete DeCiani, a man who I have known for over 30 years. Pete and I share a common bond as both of our children have ASD. Before Pete took the initiative, there was no one talking about insurance coverage for children with ASD. Pete and I worked hard down in Springfield to get a bill passed that allowed for treatments and therapies for children with ASD. Pete stood up to big corporations and bureaucracy to defend those who couldn't defend themselves. To pay Pete as a racist is unfair, unkind, and unconscionable. Unfortunately, we now live in a cancel culture society that for even the slightest perceived indiscretion, we now supposedly wipe out any good that individual has done. All in the name of party affiliation and a facade of caring for others. Pete really cares about all people regardless of skin color. Pete and I lived and attended college together in black and white dorm rooms. He authored the Illinois Medicaid law for autism, covering black, brown, and all to help children and families deal with our country's #1 condition affecting our youth. Take away his chairmanship of Health and Human Services. This can't be a serious conversation. There's no better advocate than a passionate father who gets it. I would shudder to think what our world ASD community would look like if not for Pete DeCiani. God bless you, Peter, and God bless America. That concludes the comment. Next comment's from Bonnie Bushing. It's record of attendance only. It's in support of Pete DeCiani. Next comment's from Elena Nickel. It's regarding Pete DeCiani. It says, Mr. DeCiani's behavior has been completely disrespectful and unprofessional. To speak rudely to constituents, to agitate a protest situation, and disregard right to opinion of the very people he's supposed to represent is beyond appalling. While I respect Elizabeth Chaplin's call for censure, this is not enough. He must be removed from office and from access to compensation or benefits funded by the taxpayers of this county. He turned his back on his responsibilities as a public servant and should not be entitled to the benefits of public service. Next comments from Jack Weisenmayer. States, hello, my name is Jack Weisenmayer. I was at the BLM Blue Lives rally in Elmhurst, Illinois. I've been a resident for 22 years and was also the person who confronted Pete DeCiani about how his son would feel about his rhetoric at the event. I'm also someone who loves my country and is interested in starting a career in public service later in my career as a means to give back to my community. The event or protest I attended was incredibly impactful for me as a young man. I learned 2 things in particular that I would like to share with you when you make your decision on Pete DeCiani. First, Pete DeCiani acted poorly on the day, but even when in close proximity to him, I never came to the conclusion that he should lose his job over his actions. He should be made to apologize and learn from this experience rather than lose his job, as he has done a great deal for this community regardless of his mistake. He raised a great family, and our community knows what this mistake does not reflect his entire career. I learned that we have a problem with racism in DuPage County. While Pete himself did not use conscious racist rhetoric to attack me directly, those around him, some of whom attended today's meeting, said racist things that I would have never expected from people in my hometown. Such things such as black people only protest the police because they can't get a job, and move back to Venezuela when talking to a group of young protesters. This was all on top of aggressive and threatening rhetoric and some rally-goers making mocking noises and mimicking the names of people who were being killed by police that were read off. These people openly made problematic statements about the black community, our young community, and the lives of those affected by police brutality. The statements made regarding how Black Lives Matter protesters in Elmhurst were aggressive and spitting in people's faces were not only a lie, it was the exact opposite of what happened, and I am sad to see our residents create a false narrative. I'm not asking for any action against Pete DeCiani. This is more than an apology and a promise to try and learn better from his job. I do, however, ask that you understand that we have racism and racist people in DuPage County. This racism needs to be addressed in some way moving forward. I'm not radicalized by any means. I just want to help. This is only to inform you of what the actual facts are from that day and to recognize that we have to act to combat racism in this country. Next comment is after. Yes. Next comment's from Rocco Ravello. It's record of attendance only. It says, we support Pete DeCiani and law enforcement. Next comment's from Brandy Stegman. It's regarding Pete DeCiani. It says, Mr. DeCiani is a racist and has physically assaulted people. He has no place on this committee. He should be censured and have his committee chairmanship be revoked. That concludes the comment. Next comment's from Mary Buchholz, Buchhol. It states, Pete is an idiot and I no longer live in Elmhurst and have not for years. I know his entire family and am embarrassed for them. I have video footage of him yelling at people peacefully protesting. Pete's need to relax and just stop. He's a moron and embarrassing his family that has already been embarrassed by his own father's actions. Just stop. You're white and have white privilege like everyone else in Elmhurst has. Just stop. That concludes her comment. Next comment. Next comment is from Gil Petticini. It states, record of attendance only, support law enforcement. There's a duplicate comment from Mary Buchholz. Another duplicate comment from Mary Buchholz. Another duplicate comment from Mary Buchholz. And I'll just note these were all submitted within well, I guess she submitted it a few times after the days after the meeting. Next comments from Jax West. It's regarding chair appointments. I don't understand why Member Ranahan was not promoted from chair to vice chair when DeCiani stepped down from HHS. Does Chairman Cronin have a problem with her gender or party affiliation? Why are Republican men appointed to chair multiple committees while women are supposed to, stay barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen? Women are mobilizing for the 2020 election and beyond. It isn't really wise to continually show so much disrespect to the smart elected women in DuPage. Hashtag trust women. Next comment is from Jezebelius Honor. His first name Jezebellus, Honor the normal way. It states County Board Chair, DuPage County Board President Cronin should not be allowed to play politics and cronyism in his appointments of department heads and awarding contracts. Julie Renahan has proven to be more than qualified, experienced, and reliable, and is the best person to replace DeCiani as the head of Health and Human Services. Misogyny has also been apparent in Cronin's previous appointments. He should right his previously wrong by finally appointing someone who can do a good job for the county, and that's Julie Renahan. That concludes the comment. Next comment is from Patrick Schwowo, SCHWLOW. It's regarding chicken raising. It says, there is no downside to owning chickens, pest control, egg layers, less food waste for the garbage dumps. This should be a no-brainer, pass the ordinance. Next comment is from Darian Myman, M-A-I-M-A-N. It's regarding vote on November ballot to reduce the size of the county board. DuPage County board members and chairman. Dear board members, my family and I are proud lifelong residents of DuPage County and currently live on Verdon Drive in Winfield. We understand that up for consideration is to add a referendum to the DuPage County board, the November ballot, to reduce the number of members on the DuPage County board from 16 down to 12. Under the current pandemic circumstances and resulting financial strain on both the county board and many DuPage County residents, we feel that any money-saving moves by the board that does not negatively impact the residences or the businesses within the county would be a good thing. Therefore, we as a family feel that the residences of DuPage County should have the right to vote as to the number of members that reside on the board that's supposed to represent them, and request that the vote be added to the November ballot. Concludes the comment. Next comments from Jesse Wonsowski, W-O-N-S-O-W-S-K-I. about a non-binding referendum question to reduce the county board size. It states, "I am strongly in favor of this question being put on the November ballot. Any chance you get at putting a question to voters about such an important move that clearly has very strong opinion should be taken advantage of. And any change at asking the people for their opinion on an impact to cost should always be exercised. I do not understand the hesitancy or fear in asking voters a question regarding this matter. It's disappointing to hear that we are not considering putting the question to voters. Please put the question to voters. People will be mad one way or the other, but they'll be more mad and cynical if you never asked them." Next comments from Rose Kunze, K-U-N-T-Z-E. It's regarding a proposal to merge the DuPage County Recorder of Deeds and County Clerk's offices should remain on the November ballot. It states, DuPage voters in November are set to decide whether the Recorder's office should be abolished. The proposal should remain and not be removed from the November ballot. That concludes Mr. Kunze's comment. Ms. Kunze's comment, sorry. Next comment is also from Rose Kunze, K-U-N-T-Z-E. It's regarding the county board size referendum question. The voters of DuPage County have the right to comment on the topic of reducing the county board size in a non-binding referendum this November. Retaining 18 positions provides a greater chance for the current members to retain positions, depending on just where the district lines are drawn as a result of the 2020 census. The diversity of the DuPage County Board after the 2020 election will depend on who runs in 2022 and, of course, of those who is elected. The coronavirus has resulted in the United States being in a recession with the economy not expected to recover rapidly. Some people are suffering financially more than others and making do with less resources. The DuPage County Board members should not be assured of retaining their $52,102 side jobs benefits. Many people will have to work harder for their incomes. The county board members should be no exception. If they anticipate the positions will demand more work they are willing to do, then they are not obligated to seek re-election. That concludes the comment. Next comment is from Beverly George. It's regarding a recent change in chairmanship of Health and Human Services Committee. It states, to the DuPage County Board, my family moved to Naperville in DuPage County in January 1980, over 40 years ago. I have seen our city grow from about 42,000 then to about 148,000 now. The county was Republican-led and through and through. Recently, I have been happy to see the DuPage County Board fill more seats with women, Democrats all, whose elections have introduced the possibility of a more balanced representation in county government. I have followed the recent news of Chairman Cronin's naming member Sam Tornatore to replace Pete DeCiani as the chair of the Health and Human Services Committee. I found it surprising and disheartening that Mr. Cronin did not name Vice Chair member Julie Renahan to fill this responsibility, particularly in light of member Renahan's capable chairing of said committee for a year and a half when Mr. DeCiani was absent from meetings. Member Renahan has demonstrated her leadership and experience with the county's HHS committee and is also an accomplished attorney who has done pro bono work for years throughout the community. Elevating qualified women to leadership roles in 2020 is a political slam dunk. Adding Democratic voices to leadership on roles in the county board committees is another political slam dunk. However, moving men around to multi-chair committees is right out of a 1950s playbook, a storyline from TV's Mad Men. Mr. Cronin's move reflects the face of the DuPage County Board. It's 2020 and it's time for the DuPage County Board to do better. Respectfully, Beverly George. That concludes her comment. Next comments from Christina Pernove. It's regarding no subject given. It states, after reading Resolution CBR 40619, I see a clear need to modify the resolution's language from racism to white supremacy. This easy shift clarifies the systematic power structure in place that must be dismantled and held accountable. White supremacy, in contrast to term racism, is passive and allows inaccurate interpretations of what it is. For example, some people feel calling out white supremacy is an act of racism. I hope to hear the board's clear, measurable steps towards implementing a system of diversity, equality, and inclusion. How much funding will be given to these initiatives? What percentage of the overall budget? Who will be in charge of these initiatives? What training and lived experiences do they possess to be capable of fulfilling the roles effectively? When will the board update us on the progress of implementing the system of DEI? How is the board addressing the white supremacy within its ranks, specifically that of DeCiani and Noonan? That concludes the comment. Next comments from Kelly Wallace. It's regarding fence height. It states, we continue to see a high amount of traffic down Briar and are looking to reduce the noise. That concludes her comment. Next comment is from Janice Podolsky, Podolski. It's regarding Julie Renahan overlooked for in HS Committee Chairmanship. States Chairman Cronin, we, your constituents, elected 7 Democratic, well-qualified women to the DuPage County Board in 2018. One of them is the only minority member on the board. These new members help fulfill your strategic plan goal of adding diversity and inclusion. Recently, member Pete DeCiani resigned as the Health and Human Services Committee chair, but still remains as a member. A cascade of title changes by you then ensued. Member Tim Elliott was the legislative committee vice chair, was promoted to chair, which is a standard protocol when the position of chair is vacated. However, when member DeCiani resigned as HHS chairmanship, you did not promote vice chair Julie Renahan to the chair as expected. Instead, you promoted HHS chair Sam Tornatore, who had been the legislative committee chair, to chair the HHS committee. Both members Renahan and Tornatore are attorneys with years of professional experience. Tornatore is a financial consultant who was appointed to the DuPage County Board of Health by you as one of the 2 required DuPage County board members. Julie Renahan practices pro bono law and is a certified human resources professional. She is the more qualified of the 2 to serve as the HHS committee chair. It seems an affront to the voters who elected her that she has been overlooked for a position which is a perfect fit for her expertise, and of course it does beg the question why. You wanted diversity and inclusion on the board, yet you passed up the perfect opportunity to fully implement it when you had the chance. Respectfully, Janice Podlosky. Next comments from Edgar Powell. It's regarding the final report on the working group size of the DuPage County Board. And it's several paragraphs long. It states, I am writing in regards to the final report of the County Board Working Group. I found it to be a very thorough and well-researched report. I observed all the meetings of the working group and felt that staff did a great job of explaining the issues and helping the working group members arrive at sound decision. I'd like to point out a minor statistical error on the report. Page 7 of the final report states that the average number of hours spent by board members in their official capacity averages around 15 hours a week. However, based upon my own calculations, I'd argue the average workload of a board member is closer to 20 hours a week instead of 15. I'll explain my reasoning in the following paragraphs. To help with the analysis of the working group, Chairwoman Selman asked all board members to submit timesheets to better determine the average workload of a board member. A total of 6 members completed a timesheet or submitted a response. The respondents were members Eckhoff, Krajewski, Ozog, Renahan, Rutledge, and Tornatore. Among these respondents, the mean workload was 19.2 hours per week and the median was 17.7 hours per week. It is noteworthy that the mean differs from the median because this may be a sign of outliers in the data. Indeed, a closer look at the data reveals that 5 out of the 6 respondents work more than 15 hours per week. The only exception is member Ozog, who works 8.8 hours per week according to the timesheet she submitted to the working group. The workload that she reported is more than 2 standard deviations below the mean, and the difference between her workload and the median workload is nearly twice the interquartile range. By any traditional measure, member Ozog's data point is an outlier far below the remainder of the sample being studied. Her data should have been discarded from the analysis. As such, the mean workload of the county board is more accurately calculated as 20.4 hours per week, and the median is 19.3 hours per week. This is higher than the initial estimate by 33%, a materially different result from the county board to consider. Under this analysis, each board member is working roughly 1/2 of a full-time job. For the board to consider reducing its size by 1/3, you would need to ensure that the 12 board members who remain would not be overburdened with additional work. Granted, this aspect wasn't fully analyzed by the working group. It really depends on which board members are ultimately eliminated by this proposal. If the board size reductions impacts members who have very low workloads, their workload would be absorbed by other board members. On the other hand, if the board size reductions eliminate people who put in a full 20 hours per week, the impact on the remainder of the board would be more severe. That concludes the comment. Next comment is from Mark Kipperman. It's regarding support vote by mail. It states, I strongly support vote by mail in this time of crisis. Older voters especially are vulnerable and need to avoid public exposure as much as possible. Given this, it may also be difficult for both parties to field election judges. Vote by mail is safe and secure. It's used in many states with no serious fraud problems. Indeed, 5 states, Colorado, Hawaii, Oregon, Washington, and Utah, have already got all-mail elections. The idea that this helps Democrats is simply not true. President Trump himself has encouraged Floridians to vote by mail, fearing the Republican turnout could be affected if older voters stay home. Here's a Republican Secretary of State for the Washington state on the safety of vote by mail. I think that some of the fear about this is the perception that a lot of people have that vote by mail increases the potential for fraud, and could really just be this high level of activity of fraudulent behavior. My response has always been that actually vote by mail has a lot of security measures you can build into it, and we have done that here in Washington. That concludes his comment. Next comment's from Florence Apple, APPEL. It's regarding vote by mail. It It states, I am strongly in support of Illinois' vote-by-mail legislation and urge DuPage County to do everything within its powers to implement it. The clerk is using funds made available via the CARES Act for the mailing of applications and ballots, putting these additional funds to good use. Only those that apply to vote by mail will be sent a ballot, so everyone can still choose to vote in person early or day of, whatever works best for them. The county clerk recognizes the importance of protecting people's health and vote, and is committed to ensuring everyone has a right to vote in the 2020 election. The next comment's from Patricia Gabris. It's regarding vote by mail. It states, I believe every effort must be made to allow citizens to vote. And now during a pandemic, every option needs to be available for citizens. Being able to vote by mail confidently, securely, and easily must be one of the options for voting. That concludes the comment. Next comment is from Edna Wade. It says vote by mail for the upcoming election, but it's blank. The next comment is from Teresa Sullivan. States support for vote by mail. States, dear board members, I have been a voter, poll watcher, a candidate, and an elected official in DuPage County and through the years I have seen some really great things on election day and some really disappointing things afterwards with the process of counting and reporting ballots. I would like to publicly give my support to the county's vote by mail program because it makes voting simpler, safer, and more secure. COVID presents unprecedented health risks to election judges, poll watchers, and voters, as well as threats to people who work or attend school in the polling places. The county's voting machines have had plenty of issues and present various data threats that would be eradicated by voting by mail. I was always someone who liked to vote in person because voting is such an important civic duty, but in the last municipal election, one in which I was a candidate on the ballot, my machine never printed out my vote for me to check. It was broken. The election judges didn't know how to fix it and didn't call the county to report what happened. And to this day, I don't know whether my vote was counted correctly. It was one of the most disappointing moments of my life, and I couldn't believe it happened in DuPage County. I know if it happens to me, it must have happened to others as well. From now on, I would like to vote by mail to ensure my votes can be counted accurately and that I can do it from my home when time allows. I wish this for every voter in the county and hope that you invest in making vote by mail easy yet secure, and that we can have an accurate count of the day of the election that can be easily audited later. Thank you, Teresa Sullivan. Next comment's from Janet Simmons. It's regarding vote by mail. It states, please ensure that there's rights of citizens to vote by mail. On Election day, we may be facing an even worse situation with the coronavirus outbreak, and requiring citizens to risk their health to vote in person is unconscionable. We should not ask citizens to choose between protecting their health and exercising their right to vote. That concludes Ms. Simmons' comment. Next comment's from Ed Minor. It's regarding vote by mail. It states, I support any initiative that makes it safer for voters to cast their ballots. It's common knowledge that COVID is keeping many people at home. It's likely to suppress in-person voting in November. I also think that the virus will make it increasingly difficult to find poll workers who, in my experience, are predominantly senior citizens and therefore more susceptible to the virus and less likely to choose to work at polling locations. Vote by mail is a good solution to minimize health risks and maximize turnout. That concludes the comment. Next comment is from Matthew Niemi. It's regarding vote by mail. It states, to whom it may concern, I'm very happy to see that there are efforts to make vote by mail more accessible to everyone. Colorado, Hawaii, Utah, Oregon, and Washington have been, in fact, using vote by mail as their primary voting method for a long time, and it has worked just fine. In fact, mail-in voting is more secure than electronic voting machines, which can be hacked. Thus, we should always try and opt for straightforward ways of voting with paper trails to make sure people can trust in the system. The easier and safer we can make voting, the better for democracy, especially in these pandemic times. Vote by mail is more important than ever. In solidarity, Matthew Niemi. Next comment is from Julianne Martinovich, MartynowYcz. It's regarding vote by mail. It states, I believe that voting by mail is not only a safe method for voting during the pandemic, but necessary also. The military and those away from home have been absentee voting for many years without untoward events occurring. We need to guarantee our right to vote safely this year. That concludes the comment. Next comment is from John Dowse, DOWSE. It's regarding vote by mail. It states, we need vote by mail because of COVID and fewer election judges volunteering. Please make sure we have a smooth, error-free election. Thank you. P.S. I like the optical scanners. We definitely need a paper trail for ballots. That concludes his comment. Next comment is from Robert Hodges. It states, it's regarding vote by mail. It states, I'm convinced that vote by mail is here to stay, not only for the duration of the pandemic, but as a mainstay of voting in the future. The plan as outlined looks to be an excellent start. That concludes his comment. Next comment is from Philip Ladner. It's regarding vote by mail. says vote by mail is safe and secure. It's a good way to neutralize the threat of COVID-19. The entire vote by mail process, from the ballot being printed, returned, approved, and counted, can now be tracked by voters via a tool from the DuPage County Clerk. That concludes the comment. Next comment is from Yina Yu, Y-O-O. It's regarding happy to vote by mail. It states, I have never voted by mail before, but this year I plan to for the November election. It's been wonderful that voting by mail has been expanded and that the application process is so simple and convenient. I've already applied to vote by mail online, and my husband will mail in his application. It doesn't even need a stamp. Amazing. It makes me proud that our state and county clerk recognizes the importance of protecting people's health and their rights to vote in the upcoming election. Thank you. Next comment is from Donald Modugno, M-O-D-U-G-N-O. It's regarding vote by mail. It's very important that we can vote by mail. We don't have to subject ourselves to the dangers of catching COVID-19, and there's a record and tracking of my voting for my purposes and for an audit in case anything goes wrong with the election system. That concludes his comment. Next comment is from Tracy Johnson. It's regarding vote by mail. It states, I think we should all have an opportunity to vote by mail. Going off the data from the CDC and media, we will have a hard wave of this virus. I feel safe that my family and friends and neighbor will have a choice of vote by mail. Thank you. Next comment's from Ed Dassau. It's regarding voting. It says, make voting more accessible to everyone. More involvement by the people is desirable. That concludes his comment. Next comment's from Pamela Taylor. It's regarding vote by mail. It states, in favor of vote by mail for the following reasons. There are real possibility that the virus will still be with us. The less contact our poll workers have with people, the better. The voter turnout is predicted to be very high, and more people can vote early, and the less likely we'll have people standing in long lines. Definitely a plus for our seniors in their own home and in nursing homes and handicap as well. The system, as explained, is about as safe and secure as you can get it. Hand ballots are less likely to be manipulated than voting machines that can possibly be hacked. Next, comments from Lisa Rose. It's regarding vote by mail. States, dear board members, my husband and I have been requesting our ballots and vote by mail for the past several years. It's quick and easy. I can see each time via the county clerk website that our votes have been received and counted. I have been voting by mail because it's easy and I don't have to worry about a change in work schedule or train issues that might prohibit us from getting to my polling place before closing time. Now with COVID-19, vote by mail solves any problems related to election judge shortages, long lines, and worry about exposure. Why wouldn't we take advantage of that? If USPS can deliver tax refunds, passports, Social Security checks, and the like, I'm confident that a mail-in ballot will be fine. The county clerk recognizes the importance of protecting people's health and vote, and it's committed to ensure everyone has the right to vote in the 2020 election. Let's promote as a county the safe and secure option to in-person voting this November. Thank you. Next comments from Diane Dassau. It's regarding vote by mail. It states, I support the clerk's plan for sending out vote-by-mail application forms and for following through with the entire process. It is vital that citizens are able to vote while keeping everyone, including poll workers, safe from infection. It is also critical that votes are protected with paper backup. Next comment is from Joe Amore. It's regarding vote-by-mail. It states, for almost 40 years, I could never predict whether I would be home on Election Day because of being on call or away from home. Voting by mail is the only way I could be sure my votes would be counted. We must strengthen vote by mail this year as well as in the future when illness and social distancing are in extremes. That concludes the comment. Next comment is from Claire Goldenberg. It's regarding vote by mail. It states, I commend the efforts of the DuPage County Clerk's Office to promote vote by mail due to the pandemic situation. The problem is there's much confusion and a lot of misinformation being handed around, especially on forums like Nextdoor. Please keep promoting the option for vote by mail, but maybe also include some public service announcements regarding why you're receiving multiple applications and confirming that you only receive one ballot regardless of how many you may apply for a ballot. Next comment is from Laura Hall, H-A-U-L-E. It's regarding vote by mail in DuPage County. I have requested a vote by mail ballot from the Election Commission already. The process is easy and quick. I am confident that the procedures in place will protect my ballot and secure everyone's ballot who chooses this option. It will be so much better than trying to vote in person under the current health pandemic, but I support people's right to vote in person if they want to do that. Thank you. Next comment is from Joanne Pelican, P-E-L-I-K-A-N. It's regarding vote by mail. It states, to whom it may concern, I wish to thank all of our representatives and senators for their great work in putting into place this new voting bill. Being able to vote by mail is essential for both my husband and I to be able to safely vote. We are both in the high-risk group with chronic health conditions. We are both physically, we are both also physically have mobility issues. Being able to vote by mail is not just a convenience for us, it's a lifesaver. It makes it possible to continue to vote safely. We need to maintain the U.S. mail service for this and other reasons. Next comment is from Margaret Brownlee, Brownlie. It's regarding vote by mail. It states, I really wanted you to consider making vote by mail the standard because scanners are used. Can we look into poll tape postings be readily available for photo finish and uploaded so we can compare poll tapes with tabulation center tallies as there is no ballot imaging available? Thank you. Can we support statewide vote at home? Hope so. Next comment is from Jennifer Jerzyk, Jerzyk. It's regarding vote by mail. It states, I am a precinct committee chair in Downers Grove and a volunteer for the casting campaign. Many voters I've spoken to plan to vote by mail, and I urge this process to be administered well in DuPage County to make it possible for all registered voters to vote in this year's general election. Next comments from Jennifer Allison Green. It's regarding vote by mail. It states, I'm happy that we will have an option to vote by mail. I think this will help increase voter turnout, especially for people at work, don't have transportation or other reasons that limits them from getting to a polling station. I also think it will be important to have this option due to the virus to keep more people safe. I trust that my vote will be counted and plan to vote by mail in the upcoming election. Thank you. The next comment is from Leah Goodman. It's regarding vote by mail. It states, I wish to express my support for a robust vote by mail process and for the county clerk's continuing efforts to ensure that every voter in DuPage has a safe way to vote this November. Please support and fund her office as they struggle to protect the ballot box and provide options and resources necessary to help ensure a smooth election process during this pandemic so that all residents can be confident that their votes will be counted and their voices will be heard. The safest way to vote this fall is almost certainly to be vote by mail, and a good leadership means encouraging our residents to use that method and keep the clerk from being overwhelmed or missing necessary equipment and resources. Thank you for your prompt attention to this important and timely matter. Next comments from Paula Garcia. It's regarding vote by mail. It states, I want to commend the county clerk and all staff who are preparing for November's election. This election is during a time when all voices need to be heard. Thankfully, vote by mail will ensure that happens. In DuPage County, Clerk Kaczmarek and staff have been working diligently, and I feel secure with the tracking system. I will be able to track my vote and know that it was received. I have voted by mail before, but this year, due to the preparations of the clerk's office, I know I am letting everyone I talk with know that vote by mail is the way to go this year. It protects the health and safety of voters and staff and election judges. Proud to live in a county that values voting and safety. Next comment is from Carol Davis. It's regarding protocol and integrity. It states, it is very disappointing to hear that Board Member Renahan, the current Vice Chair of the Health and Human Services Committee, is being completely disregarded as the logical candidate to chair this committee. If the Vice Chair is not going to fill a vacancy left by the Chair, what's the purpose of having a Vice Chair position in the first place? It is especially ludicrous in light of the fact that in order for this farce to be facilitated, Board Member Elliott, the current Vice Chair of the Legislative Committee, will be promoted to Chair of that committee, thus allowing Board Member Tornatori to move from Legislative Committee to Health and Human Services Committee. Protocol, integrity, and common sense indicate that Board Member Renahan, the current Vice Chair of Health and Human Services, simply move into the position of the Chair of the Health and Human Services Committee. It is also disappointing to hear that the saga regarding the merger of the Clerk and Recorder's office is once again up for debate as to whether or not the question will be put forward to voters. I say saga because even trying to recap the history of the on the ballot, off the ballot, and whether or not to have a study regarding the matter completely blows past any respect for my 3-minute limit. But one thing is very clear, and many times it was stated, many members of this board, including the chairman, to let the voters decide. So do we let the voters get to decide? Protocol and integrity would indicate and dictate that yes, the voters should decide. To summarize, protocol and integrity indicates 3 things that should be obvious outcomes of today's meeting. 1, Board Member Renahan is appointed Chair of the Health and Human Services Committee. No changes are made to the Legislative Committee. The question regarding the merger of the Clerk and Recorder's office remains on the November ballot, and the results of the study by MGT Consulting Group in its entirety is posted on the county website. But something tells me that won't happen. In fact, history has shown that political gamesmanship is really the only protocol the majority of the county board members choose to follow. And integrity, I think that's a specialty you have to find elsewhere. It certainly isn't served at county board meetings. The public is tired of this, and we are watching. Stop the endless political motivated machinations. Do the right thing. Member Renahan chairs the Health and Human Services Committee and have the voters weigh in on merging of the Clerk and Recorder's office. Thank you, Carol Davis. That concludes our comment. Next comment is from Paula Hall. It's regarding Julie Renahan. It states, on July 17th, I read a Daily Herald story written by Robert Sanchez in which 3 county board members blasted Chairman Cronin for not picking county board member Julie Renahan for a vacant Health and Human Services chairmanship. Commissioners Ozog, Desart, and Chaplin inferred that the board should have picked Renahan instead of the current Board of Health President, Sam Tornatore, to fill the vacant position. Renahan was quoted in the same article as saying, my experience certainly qualifies me to take over a committee. I would certainly beg to differ. In fact, I believe Member Renahan's experience certainly qualifies her not to take over the Health and Human Services Committee. I live close to the former location of the Sterigenics Willowbrook facility, which everyone knows was poisoning my community for decades with carcinogens. In the time of our community's greatest need, many elected officials stood up to protect us, except for Julie Renahan. Despite what I'm told she says in public and on social media, or wherever she was looking for a vote, Julie Renahan stood with the evil Sterigenics Corporation and against legislation that would have stopped the corporation from polluting us. SB 1852, filed by Illinois Senator John Curran, would have prevented Sterigenics from poisoning us. There were 864 people who filed witness slips in support of the bill. There were 15 people who filed witness slips in opposition. Of those 15, four were the Chemical Industry Council of Illinois, the Illinois Manufacturers Association, Sterigenics themselves, and County Commissioner Julie Renahan. I have attached a photo of the evidence for the record. When her community needed her most, Julie Renahan stood on record with Sterigenics, the chemical industry, and apparently her own economic interests. Her family owns a company down the street from Sterigenics, and against her own district. Shameful behavior from anyone, not to mention someone who wants a health chair title. Maybe instead of asking for a promotion, Julie Renahan should resign her vice chairmanship. She belongs nowhere near the position of health care or public service. She's proven herself a hypocrite and someone who isn't interested in public health. I urge the board not only deny her a health role, but urge the public to vote her out. That concludes that comment. Next comment is from Ron Vining. It states, shame on Julie Renahan. I read a few weeks ago in the Daily Herald that some board members were complaining about that my county board member, Julie Renahan, was now promoted to the title of Health and Human Services Chair. I am writing to say that it is shameful that she would have even been considered for the role, considering her record on health and human services when it mattered most. Our community has faced 2 big public health crises in the last few years, COVID and Sterigenics. For those that do not know, Sterigenics was a company that emitted dangerous levels of the substance ethylene oxide into the air for thousands to breathe. In some cases, get cancer, and in some other cases, die. It was a travesty for our community. While Julie Renahan publicly stated she has concerns about Sterigenics, privately she acted completely differently. What many don't know is that Julie Renahan actually lobbied for Sterigenics' ability to emit cancer-causing toxins in the air. She filed a witness slip in opposition to legislation that would have stopped Sterigenics in its tracks. Who were her companions in the opposition? The chemical industry and Sterigenics themselves. Don't believe me? Look it up. Julie Renahan wants the job of health chair. She does not deserve the position of health chair. In fact, she should seriously think about resigning herself. No one who acts this against the interests of their constituents in such an egregious manner should hold any position of public trust. Next comments from Daniel Hardy, Hardy. It's regarding vote by mail. It states, I favor it. It's safe and makes sense. That concludes his comment. Next comment is from Nikki Pytel, Pytel. It's regarding Julie Renahan. States, I am from Willowbrook, the location of the Sterigenics facility. I am really disappointed to hear one of my elected officials, Julie Renahan, stood against my community when we needed her most. For any public official to stand with Sterigenics, a company that has polluted our air and hurt so many people's health, is a betrayal of the public trust. Julie Renahan should not be a health chair. She should not be on a health committee. And I thank the board for sidestepping her nomination to higher office. I hope Ms. Renahan knows the board knows today the board may or may not hold her accountable for her actions, but eventually the voters of Willowbrook, Darien, and Burr Ridge will. That concludes her comment. Next comments from Keith Christensen. It's regarding Health and Human Services. It states, I live near the Sterigenics facility. My mom and dad both suffer from cancer. I don't know if that's because of breathing toxic air, but I certainly know it weighs on my mind. DuPage County deserves better than someone who stood against our community and instead took the side of Sterigenics. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw my own county board member's name, Julie Renahan, right ahead of the Chemical Association and Sterigenics themselves on a lobbying slip for a bill in Springfield that would have helped shut Sterigenics down. She is not entitled to the position of Health and Human Services Chair, nor should she even be a candidate for the job. She cast her lot with a polluter. Now next time Renahan stands for election, I look forward to casting my lot with someone else. That concludes that comment. Next comment is from James Peterson. It's regarding Health and Human Services Chair. Anyone who stands with Sterigenics like Julie Renahan did does not deserve to be the health chair of the county. Thank you to the chairman for making the correct choice in passing over Julie Renahan for health chair. We deserve better than someone who would lobby with Sterigenics and against her own constituents. I urge the board members to do the right thing. Remember, anyone who is standing with Julie Renahan is standing with Sterigenics. That concludes the comment. Next comments from Chai Briner, B-R-Y-N-E-R. It's regarding Julie Renahan. It states, do not stand with Julie Renahan. She stood with Sterigenics. Please, board members, I beg you, do not make her health chair. Our community already suffered so much. Do not give us a slap in the face. That concludes the comment. The next comments from Anna Gifford. It's regarding Dan Cronin choice for Health and Human Services Committee. It states, Dear DuPage County Board, I'm a previous member of DuPage County and keep in touch with friends and colleagues who remain there. Recently, I've become aware of an appointment to a position to the county's Health and Human Services Committee, an appointment made by bypassing over the current vice chairwoman. There might have been a time when such actions were taken with a bit of subtlety. However, the current county board chair does not seem to have wasted any time on subtlety. It's certainly interesting to me that when one speaks about racism, the way that individuals can be denied advancement, refuse their moment to shine, and most folks readily acknowledge the injustices of that system. However, when the same pervasive injustice is perpetrated against women, the men at the table smile their conspirator smile, knowing that they have done and relishing in the opportunity to once again hold a woman from achieving what she has strived for. Why is it that others at the table will not stand against that injustice? When someone has demonstrated their abilities, they should be given the opportunity for advancement. For every person on the board, it should be publicly documented how many chairmanships are given to each individual. When one looks at the data for the women who are only given co-chair positions or passed over for lesser roles, it's evidence of sexism perpetuated by the individuals on that committee, and every man is part of that injustice, if only due to their silence. I urge every board member to vote no on this committee chair being appointed. Unless you stand against actions like this, you stand a very good chance of being the next person it happens to. Vote against Sam Tornatore as the next committee chair. Anna Gifford. Next comments from George Cole. It's regarding a vote by mail. It says, I am fervently in favor of voting by mail. Any resolution you pass must support and sustain increased voting by mail. Voting by mail is by far the most secure form of voting because of the inherent security of the United States Postal Service. USPS mail is supported by over 200 years of supporting legislation and postal infrastructure. Tampering with the mail is a crime, i.e. mail fraud. With vote by mail, not only do voting fraud laws apply, but the laws that support the integrity of anything that's mailed. Thank you, G. Douglas Cole. Next comments from Loretta Burke. It's regarding vote by mail. It states, good morning, board members. I commend Jean Kazmarek, the DuPage County Clerk, for ensuring accessibility to vote by mail to all DuPage County voters. I ask that the county board communicate with USPS officials in DuPage County that robust and timely and official postal service will be expected in the handling of all ballots in DuPage County. DuPage County voters deserve to exercise their right to vote by mail with assurances that USPS will not hinder the process in any way. Next comments from Gautam Bhatia, B-H-A-T-I-A. It's regarding vote by mail. It states the foundation of a democracy is to provide its citizens a safe and secure, timely alternative to voting in person. But vote by mail is just that, and I support it. Next comment is from Janet Mullen. It's regarding praise for DuPage County managing a vote by mail. States, our family was extremely pleased with the timely arrival of the application to vote by mail. The process is appealing, easy to read, and thorough in the explanation of the process. We are proud to live in the county which is promoting the highest access to the vote in a time when there are so many reports of voter suppression throughout the nation. We are very supportive of the use of paper ballots, having heard of so many ways that voting with a machine can go awry, either accidentally or fraudulently, like the infamous hanging chads in the Florida's election. And we are very impressed with the new tracking tool that is state-of-the-art and gives the voter a sense of security about their ballot. Lastly, we are elderly and trying to stay safe from the pandemic, and we feel that the emphasis by vote by mail shows that DuPage County cares and is keeping us safe. Next comment is from Ann Summercamp. It's regarding vote by mail. It states, in a democracy, it is important to make voting easy and convenient for citizens to participate. In a good presidential year, voter turnout is about 75% in DuPage County. In the midst of a global pandemic, a vote by mail is necessary for public safety. Vote by mail gives all citizens the ability to vote, to be better informed when casting their ballot, and leaves an unhackable paper trail. For those reasons, I believe voting by mail should become the norm rather than the exception. The state of Washington sends a ballot to every registered voter without the application process. Trump claims that vote-by-mail ballots are rife with fraud and vulnerable to foreign interference, but experts in Washington say the risk of mass fraud from voting by mail is extremely small. Washington Assistant Secretary of State Mark Neary said in 2018 there were 142 potential cases of voter fraud out of 3.2 million ballots cast. That amounts to less than 1% of the total ballots. Vote by mail is more secure, efficient, and economical, and people participate at a higher level, according to Ron Dotzauer, a Washington political analyst. That concludes the comment. Next comment is from Shri Gurusamy, Gurusamy. It's regarding vote by mail. It states, "Hello, I'm writing in support of a vote by mail option. Our family will be using this option due to the convenience it provides during the pandemic and allows our son, who is doing his clinical rotation in Miami, to exercise his right to vote. He has already requested a mail-in ballot for the November election by going to the DuPage County Elections website. I strongly support vote by mail because it provides everyone an opportunity to vote without leaving home and will be audited properly. Thank you." Next comment's from Robert Sachs. It's regarding vote by mail. It states it is a tremendous benefit to the voters in DuPage County and statewide to have expanded voting options, including universal vote by mail. The only concern expressed by my constituents is that the application form requires a signature that is visible on the outside of the application as it makes its way through the mail, which I would favor correcting in the future. That concludes his comment. Next comment is from George Hamper. It's regarding vote by mail. It states, "I have voted by mail in the last 3 elections. I think DuPage County does an excellent job of handling the vote by mail process. As voting by mail was being expanded, the county also reduced the number of polling places by consolidating 3 or 4 polling places into one. This must certainly be cost effective. I think that voting by mail is eventually going to result in the better candidates getting elected. Prior to using vote by mail, some of us voters only researched the candidates for higher profile elections, did not prepare properly to vote on lower level offices and judges before going to the polling place. Having a few days or weeks to look into all the candidates on the ballot encourages more voters to do their homework prior to voting. Tonight we had a tornado warning, which reminds me that nasty weather on election day can result in fewer people participating in our democracy. Likewise, the current pandemic reminds us that anyone can become ill or injured at any time, which prevents them from voting if it happens on election day. Now that I've tried voting by mail, I'm going to stick with it." Next comment is from Arnolfo Santoro, Santoro. It's regarding vote by mail. It states, "I wish to enter into the public record my support for vote by mail. I will be using vote by mail during this upcoming election cycle as I have full faith this process is secure, and given that we are in a pandemic, it's the safest way to vote. I believe that we as a country should be strengthening the post office, not undermining it, as this current board admin is doing. We all deserve equal access to mail-in ballots, and deny us this is to deny our constitutional rights." Next comment is Mr. Santoro. Again, it looks like it was submitted 3 minutes after the previous one. It is identical to the one I just read. The last comment I had is from Eric Bergman, Bergman. It's regarding vote by mail. It states, "Concerns for health and safety make it critically important that we protect all county citizens' right to vote by supporting vote by mail. The county clerk is working hard to provide a secure, traceable process, and the county board must do all it can to support the clerk in this effort. Given the average age of the county's election judges and many voters, I as a nurse can assure you that there is understandable and medically justified concern for health safety in the county's polling places. By making it possible for as many voters as possible to vote by mail, the board will reduce the risks to health and safety while ensuring access to the vote. There are a few actions the board will take which are more critical to protecting the democratic process. Once again, from my professional perspective as a registered nurse, I urge the board to provide a strong and unwavering support to our clerk as she and her staff provide a secure, traceable vote by mail system." That is all the comments I have.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'd like the ability to respond.
Pardon me?
I'd like to respond. My name was brought up during the
The
comments.
rules don't really provide for that. Are you seeking leave of the body for some personal comment? Pardon me?
Personal privilege.
Point of personal privilege, yes. Okay, fine. You got to state your motion.
Thank you, Chairman. There were some interesting comments about me supporting Sterigenics. That is not the case. I will say I did on one day accidentally check the wrong box, but categorically, this is a political something people are bringing up to try to embarrass me. Certainly not the case. Certainly no financial interest. And, I appreciate that, everyone has their ability to comment, but that's mine. And it's just slow. It's low.
Okay. So that concludes our public comment. We move on to the next order of business entitled consent. It's been a motion and a second. Mr. Deputy Clerk, please call the roll.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Wachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Okay. The consent agenda is adopted. We move on to the next order of business entitled County Board. Member Jim Zay.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. First item is informational. I'm going to yield the floor to Chairman Selman for a report on the working group and size of the county board.
Okay, thank you. Member Selman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And IT, do you guys have the slide deck, or would you prefer that I share? Oh, good.
We've got the slides. They look good.
All right, great. Thank you. So just briefly, because this working group met while many of our meetings are a little slower, our July schedule slows down a little bit, I wanted to go over the findings before we take a vote on the resolution today. Before we start, just a recap, we've met 3 times. We met once in June and twice in July. And I want to especially thank the other 5 members of the committee for taking the time for this working group that was sort of at an odd time of our calendar where things are normally slower. I appreciate you all taking on a little extra work. And I also appreciate the questions that were raised by the members of the committee. And I'm really proud of the bipartisan process and result that we got. Can we go to the next slide, please? All right, so quickly today we'll review what sort of data we looked at in the working group, and then we will lastly look at the findings and recommendations. Next, please. All right, so the first batch of data we looked at, we wanted to look at our NACO peers. So the survey of other large suburban urban counties, we tried to find ones that were similar to us. So we looked at their population, we looked at what sorts of duties that board had and how many members. And you'll see in the report, there's a pretty significant analysis breaking down by all the counties and their revenue and their budget amounts and all sorts of things. So the main takeaways were that county board composition from these counties varied between 4 and 15 members. Duties and responsibilities varied widely among these counties. And by that, we mean there are some of our peer counties, like I think it was Fairfax or Bergen, they're running entire police departments out of there, as opposed to our sheriff's office, it's like a larger scale. Or they have, all their parks and things in the same body, where that's not how we operate our board. And then the salaries and district size varied pretty significantly. There were some districts that were significantly smaller than ours. There were some that were about our size or larger. And same with the salaries. There were some where people were making 4 or 5 figures, and then there were some 6-figure salaries in there as well. Next slide, please. All right. So then we wanted to compare ourselves to our peer counties in Illinois, because most of our peer counties will have very similar workloads and then similar challenges that bodies have in Illinois with the structures that we have. So the DuPage County Board already has the lowest amount of county board members in its Illinois counties peers with more than 100,000 members of population. Except for Kendall County, they're anywhere between 17 or 29 members on the board. An average county board size is 22.75 members, which is obviously more than our 18. And then I do want to note that so these counties share similar responsibilities, but us and McHenry are the 2 counties that took our forest preserve out of our board operations. Next slide, please. So first point I want to make is about the cost impacts. So there would, on the surface, be an initial savings of approximately $300,000 if we were to eliminate 1 position per district. But I want to make clear that that's a ceiling in savings and not sort of a maximum. If we were to look at, as there's some in public comment made this analysis, but you can also see it through the report itself. The body of work per district ranges between 45 hours and 60 hours a week. If we were to split that among 2 members, you could argue that's no longer a part-time job and a salary adjustment would need to be made. We also need to look at the staff within the county board's office itself. And all of us on this board know how hard that office works and how maxed out they've all been, especially since March, but they're always just busy, hardworking group. If we were to reduce the amount of members, the working group found we'd probably have to hire some more staff. So their salary and their benefits would eat into that cost savings. Next slide, please. All right, so our concerns about reducing the size of the board, besides the fact that the financial impact might not be as significant as we had hoped, there's some other just how we do our jobs things that would be pretty impacted, and most importantly would impact the results for our residents. So it would take probably more time for us as the members of this body to get back to our constituents if we're not splitting it among 3 members, but only among 2. There's going to be more requests for work going out to our staff members, and they will have to get back to us with maybe a higher frequency per board member versus splitting it up among 3 board members. And then one thing that we really noted was that having a larger body than this 12 proposal allows for a larger range of experiences, whether it's variety of age or economic background or racial background. A larger body allows for more diversity that's reflected in DuPage County to be reflected on our board. Next slide, please. So there were 2 primary recommendations out of our working group. The first directly related to whether or not we wanted an advisory question. Because we had spent over 5 weeks and having all the staff do this research, not just looking for documents online, but actually calling staff members in our peer counties and asking them how they do their work and how changes would impact them. Taking that entire body of knowledge, we are recommending we do not put an advisory question on the ballot. We feel that it's confusing to voters, but we already have the work done. The second recommendation we wanted to include is a topic that's been discussed many times on this board already. I know Member Chaplin's brought it up and others, is we do think we need to look at our committee structure again. Even while staying at 18, we all know our committees overrun each other. Maybe you don't get as much time as you want to dive in and ask all the questions you want. So that was our second recommendation out of this committee. And then the very last page, I just want to make sure, again, I know everyone on this body got the links in your email last night, but there's a link to the final report as well as the minority report. And so I don't know, members, say if you want to take questions now or if you want to wait till it's later on the agenda.
Okay. Thank you, Member Selman. I see the little indication on the screen here. Member Ozog has a question.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make a few comments. I was on the committee. I disagreed with the committee's findings. Back in June, I proposed an advisory referendum question for this fall's ballot to consider reducing the size of the DuPage County Board from 18 to 12 members. Chairman Cronin then indicated his longtime support in the Daily Herald for this effort. A study ensued. By a vote of 4-2 of board members Mr. Cronin appointed to the working group, including myself and Mr. Healy, it was decided that the size of the board should not be reduced, or the question should not be put to the voters. Mr. Healy and I disagreed, along with 5 other members, which is why we have this question put on today's agenda, since at least 7 of us believe that the voters should be able to weigh in on this issue. This is, again, an advisory question. Currently, salaries alone for the 18-member board cost the taxpayers $936,000 annually. Reducing the size of this board would immediately save $312,000 in salaries. Within this report, conjecture abounds about how much staff time would be required, et cetera, if the board was reduced, and the constituent representation. Going forward, I'd also like to show that there are benchmarks in doing less with more. And I offer Bergen County and Gwinnett County, which were discussed in our study. Both counties have populations identical to DuPage and are located next to New York City and Atlanta, respectively. Bergen County, New Jersey has 7 board members who have very similar responsibilities and receive pay of $28,000 per year. Gwinnett County has 4 board members, similar responsibilities, and receive $45,000 a year. Add the possible amount of savings gained from the elimination of the recorder's position, which Mr. Cronin also wants to take off the ballot, the question about eliminating the recorder's office, and you now have a savings of about $500,000 annually in these 7 executive positions alone. If you add that to the future savings of pensions for the recorder's office, As of 2021, 2 former recorders will be receiving, I believe, over $100,000 in pension annually. We have a considerable savings of $500,000, and I'll also remind the board that next year, I believe we're looking at a deficit of possibly $16.5 million. It was reported in today's Daily Herald that we're only allowed to place 3 referendum questions on the upcoming ballot. Imagine my surprise when I discovered on Friday afternoon that our agenda now had 3 proposed referendum questions asking if we should, 1, continue to fund public safety, 2, stockpile personal protective equipment during the COVID pandemic, and 3, continue to fund and support training methods to decrease the risk of injury to officers and suspects for law enforcement agencies. We're not doing all 3 of those already, because if we're not doing our job. So do we pull questions off the ballot that let voters weigh in on whether we actually consolidate DuPage County government and save actual money, or do we question voters about work we better be doing already? I hope the other board members will vote today to keep both eliminating the recorder office and the 6 board positions on our next ballot. Let's really follow the ACT initiative and give our constituents actual accountability, consolidation, and transparency. Allow them to weigh in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman, if I could respond.
Sure, Member Selman.
So I'm sorry, I thought you had said you had a question, so I might have missed it. So if I did, please let me know.
So we do have one other, Mr. Healy, seeking recognition, and we can discuss this at length, however long you wish. Please proceed, Member Selman.
Thank you. I just briefly, I take offense to the comment that there's conjecture throughout the report. Staff spent 5 weeks researching not only the public documents, but interviewing their peers at other counties to see how they did their job and how our thought on how it would impact our work was seen in their actual work. So qualitative analysis is a conjecture. It's a data-driven fact-finding report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Member Selman. Mr. Healy.
The way I can do this. I just wanted to say that I felt that the report actually and the investigation actually supported my position that I've had for 20 years, and actually tried 20 years ago, tried 10 years ago, and was actually, as you know, in preparation to do this when Member Ozog jumped in through the thing in front of the county board. I believe that the first thing you have to say is, are you going to look to Illinois counties where we have more units of local government and more elected officials, or are you going to look to other states and other areas where they have a lot less elected officials and less governmental entities? I choose to look at areas where they have less governmental entities and less elected officials. So the fact that we are already the lowest in Illinois is a source of pride, and I think we can lead to go even lower. So looking at the 9 that were presented, and again, I wanted to make sure that we were presenting counties that were very similar to ours, so somewhere between 800 and some thousand and 1 million, 1 million, 2. We found that only 2 of them have, first of all 9 of them have less or substantially less number of county board members than we do. Only 2 of them paid their people more and had staff in that, and that was Fairfax County and that was Collin County, Texas. But the budget for Fairfax County is $8 billion. They do everything. They do the schools, they do the police, they do the parks, they do everything. Now, it is true that Collin County, Texas has only 100,000 people, 381 million, so it's very close to ours. They only have 4 board members, and their salary is higher. But the other 7 are identical to us in many ways, population-wise, and they all pay their county board members either the same or less than we pay ours. And they have budgets, most of them, either the exact same, like Bergen and Gwinnett, or you have counties that have only 4 members and a $1.4 billion budget. But yet they seem to be able to do it with 4 county board members and a smaller amount. I'm not going to get up into a giant discussion on this. I think both sides have very good points to bring forward. And that's the point of it, that I believe that the county should be allowing the members of our constituency to say, hey, we think this or we think that. And I would love to be, debating these issues. I've had one person already tell me today, you're agreeing with the Democrats. And I'm going, yeah, I've had that position for 20 years, and I'm glad to see that part of the Democratic Party has come over to my way of thinking. But what I find the most amusing and the most fun out of this entire thing is that there are several members of the Democratic Party who have told me that they have been told by their Democratic hierarchy that if they do this, there will never be a Democratic majority in DuPage County, that the best they can get is a 6-6 tie for the next decade. And I have had Republican hierarchy tell me the exact same thing. When you have both sides of the aisle telling you the exact same horror story, you know that it's time to turn to the voters and ask them what they think. And that's all we're asking for here, is not to vote for or against this, but to say, let's let the voters decide, or not even decide, let's let them just give us their opinion, and then you can go forward from there. So that's all I'm going to say on this, either now or later.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Healy. Member Healy. Anyone else seeking recognition for purposes of discussion? Member Desart, there she is.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a problem with the resolution because I read the MGT report, and it shows that there could be efficiencies. I didn't have a problem with the report. I have a problem with the way the report was interpreted. Reading this resolution to repeal, it says recorder would not make the operations more efficient. I'm sorry.
Excuse me,
I'm on
member.
the wrong.
Yeah, you may want to reserve those remarks when we get to this point in the agenda.
All right. I can do that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any further discussion on Member Selman's report of the working group of the size of the county board? Mr. Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I just want to commend Member Selman for her leadership of that committee. I was on that working group, and I think that for the month that we met, we dived into all potential facets of this issue, and we see the results of it in the report. I do have the minority report here, and I appreciate Member Healy for his comments because I know they weren't reflected in that report. But, consolidation is something that the chairman's cared about for 10 years. Since he got elected, it's been something we've all cared about, at least since I've joined the board. And the key part of the ACT initiative, and I mentioned this in the working group, I'll mention again today, is that we have to do consolidation when it makes sense. It's the clear decision by that working group that spent countless hours diving into this matter, including data provided by members of this board themselves, that this would not be the way to go in this case. So I support the report that was provided by Member Selman. I thank her for her leadership on that committee. And that's all I'm going to say as well. I look forward to voting on this matter momentarily.
Okay, thank you, Member Hart. Further discussion? Did I see Member Renahan seeking recognition? No? Okay, Member Covert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Member Healy brings up great points, and I want to thank him for his leadership for 20 years on this board. I agree that, and I want to thank Member Selman for all this hard work that she's done on this committee. So thank you for your hard work and the staff in looking into this issue in depth. I agree that certain questions should be on the ballot, but this question has so many variables that it can't even be asked within, with the entire context on the ballot. There's just so much going on, and obviously we're not going to have a question on the ballot that's a paragraph long. Reducing the county board size from 18 to 12, I feel results in less representation, less diversity, and doesn't provide a significant cost saving. When I did the math on it, $300,000 out of a $500 million budget, that's 0.06% of the budget, which is a drop in the bucket. I just personally, I would want more representation, not less. We want more diversity, not less. And we want more cost savings, not less. And this is why I can't support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Covert. Any further discussion on this matter, the size of the county board subject matter? Seeing none, hearing none, we will move on to the next order of business, and Members A.
I can't hear. You can't hear him.
I'm
they
sorry.
all heard me here. They didn't.
Oh,
can't yell at them. Sorry.
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move on CBR 44620, repealing of CBR 40319, providing for the presentation of a binding public question via countywide referendum to abolish the office of recorder of deeds.
It's been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please.
Oh,
Member Chaplin, you're seeking recognition? Yes, please.
Please. So this is to repeal the question of the county board. First of all, I would like to read Member Elliott's comments from our November meeting. And Member Elliott was talking about both Member Healy and Member Chaplin's resolution. And Member Elliott made the following comments. Ultimately, this decision will be put before the voters. A study is a study. No one is suggesting that we are turning the decision to an independent person conducting a study. That's absurd, utterly absurd. The independent consultant is not going to make the decision. It provides a relative data point for the decision makers. I'd like to understand what the savings are. I think the voters would like to understand what the savings might be. No doubt there will be people who disagree with what the study reflects on both sides. They will be able to articulate why they think the study is accurate or inaccurate. But when we make a decision of this magnitude, we ought to do it deliberately, carefully. We shouldn't rush to do this. Let's do this study. Let's do this the smart way, the DuPage way. So I was under the impression, as Member Elliott, that no matter how this study turned out, we were going to leave it to the residents to decide. Now, and the resolution, if you all approve this resolution, the resolution basically says you did not do your job. And I don't know that you want to approve a resolution that says that you didn't do your job. So I think the wording on the resolution needs to be changed. But I think it's important that we know that not only did Member Elliott say it was important for the voters to decide, Chairman Cronin said on October 9, 2018, although some oppose of the idea of merging the recorder and clerk's office together, I fully support the effort and believe the voters should decide. I talked with the Better Government Association, the Chicago Tribune, Sun-Times about our next reform. All levels of government must embrace consolidation and reform because families are overburdened and overtaxed. And the study, and I also disagree with the resolution because the study was inconclusive. But the study did say that they believe that increased efficiencies are possible through use of technology and vital records, cross-training of staff, review of physical space need, designating specific resources to be responsible for administrative functions. What the report doesn't mention is the reduction of the salary of the recorder and the pension that follows that. By removing that elected official, which is what we talked about in November, removing one elected official and having another elected official oversee that department, that is going to save us about $200,000 a year with benefits, and then that pension that we will be saving from that elected official. I really think it is bad form to tell the voters that they're going to have a say in this question and then do an about face and take that decision making from our voters. Are we do we not want our voters to have a say? Do we not trust the voters that elected us to weigh in on a decision of what type of government they want? It's beyond unbelief that this is even brought forward. And I just can't believe it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I think I have a point of privilege on that.
Yes, please. Since your name was used, you're seeking the point of personal privilege. Please proceed.
Yes. I want to thank Member Chaplin for reminding me and the board members and all the members of the public of my absolute commitment to make data-driven, informed, and deliberate decisions. That is absolutely the way we do things in DuPage County, and that is absolutely the way we did things here. We should remember that when we addressed this issue some time ago, we were in a situation where there were a number of members of this board who said there was no need to do any data analysis whatsoever. What we heard was that because certain counties with a population smaller than Glen Ellen or Wheaton didn't have a recorder's office, that was the correct thing for DuPage County. What we heard was at the time was that no study was necessary because Winnebago County, an agricultural county with a population a fraction of what we have, had moved to eliminate its recorder's office. And what I said at that time was we needed to do a study. We've done the study, and the study shows we're not going to generate the results we hoped. So I would ask the question, what's the purpose of doing a study? What's the purpose of a data-driven analysis and a deliberate approach to government if you're going to ignore the information that you get? That would be absurd. I think one of the other things I said either at that meeting or perhaps the next meeting was data good, lack of data bad. Here we have the data. We can demonstrably show this is not going to result in any meaningful benefits for the people of DuPage County. And so I, for one, have no problem pulling this off the ballot because we've done the work, and the work has demonstrated that this is not going to get us where we need to go. If we're going to embark down the road towards consolidation, which I, for one, am steadily committed to, I was instrumental in removing a unit of government, the Glen Ellen Mosquito Abatement District, off the tax rolls of my district. If we're going to embark down that road, it has to be meaningful consolidation, not something where we can take a vote and then all go on Facebook and pat ourselves on the back, but meaningful consolidation that results in meaningful results for the taxpayers. And so for that reason, again, my commitment to data-driven decisions, I will be voting in favor of repealing this today.
Okay, thank you, Member Elliott. Further discussion, Member Pachowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When this first came out, we had one study, which is the Winnebago study. Winnebago County is 1/3 our size. But that gave us some guidance because, a study's a good thing. A study's going to help people. And I supported a study. Winnebago report says if we had a recorder's office that had more volume, it would probably make sense to keep that. I think procedurally, we should have had the study first before we put the ballot question on, because everybody assumed that there's going to be a study that says, yes, this is the thing to do. This report is unequivocally stating that there is no savings and they should be kept separate. So like you said, when we make a mistake and it doesn't meet the initiatives that we want, then we ought to be responsible. And if anybody who reads the report would not support keeping these consolidated.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion, I think Member Dessart was seeking recognition.
Yes, thank you so much, Chairman. I just wanted to point out that this resolution is written in the negative. So if you do not want to repeal, you would vote no to this question. But here's the deal. I think the MGT study, I think it's been misinterpreted in this resolution. I'm looking at things like the recorder will not make operations more efficient and will not result in significant savings. And if you read the report, that's just not true. The report says it concluded that any long-term efficiencies or savings would require hiring of a dedicated senior financial manager position. That's just not true. The report concluded that any efficiencies would require significant cross-training of staff. That's just not true because the clerk already said that she would keep most of the staff, all of the staff. The report concluded that no significant savings could be realized by such a merger. And that's just not true. So I'm looking at this resolution after having read the MGT report, and the two just don't make sense. It looks like the study has been misinterpreted for this resolution to come about. So I am still in favor of allowing our voters to weigh in on a very, very real and productive question. Should the recorder's office be combined with the clerk's office? I believe that's an important issue. Unlike the other three that were submitted in our board packet, this is an important issue for voters, and they should be allowed to weigh in on it. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion. I saw Mr. Hart, followed by Member Ozog, followed by Member DeCiani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Member Elliott and Member Pachowski took a lot of what I wanted to say, and I thank them for their words. I did want to comment on the idea brought up about the recorder's salary being automatic savings. I want to quote from page 21 of the report that we received. While the recorder's retirement may save $157,863, this amount could be offset by salary increases to current staff. As more experienced staff in the recorder's office retire, they may be replaced with personnel with a lower salary, meaning it has a high likelihood of going up. I also want to point out that just assuming that the reduction of the recorder's salary translates down into savings is also false, because that's assuming that the recorder doesn't do any work for himself. Passing down work to other employees results in more hours, which in theory results in more salary. So I think we need to really look at this the way it should be looked at, whether or not consolidation makes sense. If you read the report, it does not in this case, and that's why I will be voting to pull this from the ballot this November. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Member Ozog.
You're on mute.
I think you're on mute.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to remind the board that back in 2018, 3 questions were put on the referendum, were put on as referendum issues in 2018 in the general election in November. And many of you sitting here today approved this. The first question asked our voters, should we institute a property tax increase of 1% on your home's value to retire state debt? The second question asked, should DuPage County oppose the creation of a statewide vehicle mileage tax, which would tax DuPage citizens based on miles driven annually? Both of these questions were not legislatively driven. There was no legislation pending, but they were, may we perhaps think of them as rumor. The final issue that we were asking our voters in 2018 was, shall DuPage County continue to dissolve and consolidate units of local government to reduce cost, increase efficiency, and increase accountability? The results of that question was 86.08 in favor and 13.92% against. Now, today we're faced with 2 questions, one about the Recorder's Office, which is a binding referendum question, and the other one is a non-binding referendum question about reducing the size of the board. We're arguing back and forth about data. I've had no response to my comment about Bergen County and Gwinnett County in Atlanta, near Atlanta, both of which appear to be doing more with less, with the same responsibilities and for less salary. So it's hard to think that they're not dealing with same staff issues, et cetera. But what I see here is that we're happy to ask our constituents that should we consolidate units of local government, but when we have an opportunity to actually consolidate our own government in DuPage County, we don't feel that the voters are either intelligent enough or have the right to weigh in on how they're governed. And I really object to that, because these 3 other referendum questions that were brought up, as far as I'm concerned, are dog whistle questions. And as I said before, if we're not already dealing with PPE issues, if we're not already dealing with anti-violence training, and if we're already not funding our police, those are dog whistle questions, especially with what's going on in the world right now. So let's get back to the original 2 questions that we were going to let our voters decide on. And let's cut this crap about all of these other questions, the same thing that was done in 2018. This is dog whistle. These are ploys. This is just, it's beneath the intelligence of our constituents. Thank you.
Member DeCiani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if people recall, I was against putting this on the ballot from the get-go. And the reason why I was against this is because the Recorder's Office is a machine for this county. It's a huge revenue producer for this county. It transacts between 250,000 and 500,000 transactions annually. The Clerk's Office, in respect, transacts about 60,000 transactions. The difference being, this is property. This is a sale of a house. This is a sale of a commercial property. This is the recording of a piece of equipment for our manufacturers here in this county. That's why I said I don't think this is something that we should put on the referendum at this point until we have more information. Now we have more information that indicates that we should not. After this morning's discussion with our clerk, who seems a little bit overwhelmed with taking on the election commission and asked us not to do that at that time, it's pretty obvious that taking this huge 250,000 transaction entity and putting this in her lap, in my opinion, would be a problem. This is the financial transaction of the county. This is not no disrespect, a marriage vow, or this is somebody selling a $500,000, million, $2 million, $100,000 piece of equipment, a home, commercial property. This is the backbone of our commerce. And we need to make sure that that backbone, Fred Beckholtz has developed a great backbone, runs efficiently. Why do you want to take an entity that's running efficiently and make it political and potentially have it not run as efficient as it currently is? You know, we have people that are running for this spot as Fred retires. They're ambitious. They have real estate background. They have accounting background. Let's the next successor, whether they're Democrat or Republican, run the office. And $250,000 transactions a year is a lot, and it's important. So as a small businessman, I appreciate what they do, what that office does. As a family that comes from a real estate family that often transacts a lot of those things in an efficient electronic way, it's important that we keep that office well-oiled and as efficient as possible. And I think somebody that's specifically running for that office that has that intention should have the wherewithal to do that. So I will be supporting this resolution to repeal, as I voted no on the original because of the amount and the magnitude of what this office does and the amount of revenue that they generate for us that helps fund our budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Member DC. Any further discussion? We have Member Renahan, followed by Member Tornatore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we hear a lot, consolidation is fantastic when it makes sense, right? And I'm reading the ACT initiative right now, and it says it's designed to improve efficiency, reduce duplication, encourage resource sharing, all the things that we talk about so much. And, you know, right on page 3 of the summary, it says merging the two offices could result in efficiencies and economies. I feel like I'm reading a completely different report than has been portrayed in this resolution repealing. I mean, I think this committee worked very hard, I think, on both sides. And, you know, basically the people who voted no wanted to do it quicker, and the people who voted yes wanted to, you know, take the time and do the study. I mean, so I think more people than not wanted this to happen. So, you know, I really think we need to listen to the voters. I mean, this report, on and on, there can be benefits in other areas, benefits from coordination, from cross-training, technology, space. You know, it talks about merger processes in other counties and how this didn't happen right away, that some of these benefits came down the road. You know, I really think, you know, I hope everyone's read the study, because I've read it several times. I mean, I definitely see that there are benefits here that would help residents and, you know, drive down costs or, you know, and create efficiencies over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Tornatore, followed by Member Covert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do support the motion to repeal this. And just for a little bit of historical perspective, if you go back to the minutes of November 12, 2019, when this was discussed, I've been against this consolidation from the beginning. However, I voted for the resolution when it was brought forward. And if you recall, the original resolution that was presented, I believe, by Member Chaplin, was to put that on the April 2000, put it on the primary ballot to take effect in November of 2020. That was compromised to some extent, and we came to a compromise so that the ballot initiative or advisory question was going to be put on the November 2020 ballot for this to take effect in 2022, and we would commission a study. It was for those reasons and with those conditions that I voted yes. Also, just want to point out the original resolution of which I voted yes says, whereas, among other things, it is an anticipated merger of the DuPage County Clerk and DuPage County Recorder of Deeds could save the county hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's anticipated that such a merger would save the county hundreds of thousands of dollars. So it was an anticipation on our part. And then it also says, whereas, and among other things, it would reduce a burden on the taxpayers. The county board will commission an independent study to review and create an operational plan to be delivered to the county board and available for public view. I only bring these things up to counter what, I'm not sure who it was, it might have been Member Chaplin saying, or maybe it was Member Ozag, that if we vote for this, we're voting to say we didn't do our job. It's just the opposite. We're voting to say we did our job. And one of those things that we said we were going to do back in November of 2019 was to commission a study, and we did. And now we may have disagreements as to what that study means or how we interpret it, but we commissioned a study. We're now taking a look at it with the data, and we're going to make a decision. So to suggest we're not doing our job, I think, is a misstatement of fact. Thank you.
Member Covert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was actually going to say what Member Tornatore said, that I don't really appreciate the mischaracterization of the board members who disagree over here, character assassination and wielding the public as a weapon to say that if we disagree with, this resolution, that we don't care about the public, and that's not true. Our job is to represent the people. That's why they elected us. We are their representatives, and to weaponize the public like that and wield them like that, it's just inappropriate, it's political, and it should stop. Because this is character assassination. This is assuming board members who don't agree with you, assuming that they have the worst intentions. I don't appreciate that, and we need to keep it professional. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of comments. First, I agree with Member Covert. We've heard a lot of accusations about politics today, and they're not really appreciated. I've tried to maintain things at a professional level. I've never accused people of that on the board here. I will note that when this issue first came up, the proposal of those who are opposing this resolution now wanted to go immediately, as Member Tornatore pointed out, to a vote in April that would have denied the full electorate any voice on the issue, and then immediately transition the office at the end of this year. We've heard from the clerk's office this morning in her budget the struggles she's had to incorporate the election commission. We had expected savings, but $100,000 in bonuses were handed out last year, which would all but wipe out any savings, even if you assume just eliminating the recorder himself would create those savings as if he doesn't do anything at the office. And provides no leadership whatsoever, and that there would be nobody who would need to lead when the offices were merged. The clerk has indicated that if the offices were merged, and she said so in the study, she would retain all of the employees. So the only savings we could possibly be talking about, assuming there were no raises and no bonuses handed out, would be the salary of the recorder. That would be the only efficiency that would be created based upon the clerk's own comments. Now, when I voted on the issue, I thought it was irresponsible to go immediately to that proposal where we would vote in April without giving the full electorate a voice, and that we would immediately do so without studying the issue in any greater detail. I believe in information. We've looked at information. We've learned two things. One, we've learned what we saw in the study, and two, we've learned where the merger of the clerk's office and the election commission has gone and the stresses it has placed on the clerk, who I know is working very hard to take on those issues. And I think it would have been wrong to simply hand that office over as if Fred Buckholz hasn't done anything and contributed anything, and that there's no need for leadership on that issue. I wanted to hear the information, and I thought not studying it was wrong. I believe in information, and I believe the information we have now points to the need to take this off of the resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Krajewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I've been on this board for 10 years, and 8 years I spent as the mayor of Downers Grove. And data is, your decisions you make are only as good as the data you're given. And clearly, the report we got, and then I remember Larson just had mentioned, when we merge two departments and they say that we're not going to really reduce any headcount, we're going to keep all the same people, then of course you're not going to find any savings. So for any board members that are going to rely on the data in the report, I can understand why you would say that it probably doesn't make sense. Myself, I get data and I also like to verify it. I ask a lot of questions. It's my own opinion that I believe that irregardless of whether we merge the clerk and the recorder's office, I voted last year against the tax increase because I do believe there's still a lot more efficiencies we can have here in DuPage County. We compare ourselves sometimes to our neighbors, and we heard that earlier, talking about counties around us in Illinois, but then counties outside the state. And we're a model here in DuPage County. I know the report talked about how many documents we record. It's so much more per employee than our surrounding neighbors. But our surrounding neighbors don't do the things that DuPage County does, and we're good, and we can continue to even get better. I do believe, my own opinion, that even if we don't merge the two offices, that the recorder's office and the clerk's office still has room where they can save the taxpayers' money in how they deliver their services. So, in my own opinion, I believe that they both can do it irregardless if they're merged. If they merge, I believe there is cost savings. But clearly that report, I can understand why people would not or would support pulling this resolution off. I'm still going to I'm going to vote no on it. I'm going to allow the resolution to go forward to let the voters decide. I think questions like reducing the size of the county board, and these are the type of ones you want to put on a referendum. Things like maybe one we never really discussed, but I think I've heard people talk about, and what we saw with Sterigenics and the village of Willowbrook, even home rule authority. I mean, we're bigger than 6 states. That's something maybe the voters would want to allow us versus Springfield after what's going on. And Sterigenics, because of that issue in Willowbrook, the residents gave that community last election cycle home rule authority. But again, I can understand, reading the report, why some of my colleagues would like to pull this off, because clearly it doesn't look like it's going to save the taxpayers any money. I am going to vote no. That's all I got to say, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Doesn't appear to be anyone else. Mr. Zay, to close.
I'm
sorry.
Member Chaplin,
Member Chaplin for a second time.
I just would like to remind the board that there was a study done on the Election Commission as well, and it was very similar. The outcome was very similar to this, to the Recorder's Office study. In fact, the Election Commission study said, while the proposed short-term organizational structure maximizes resources and consolidates several functions in operation, it does not result in immediate savings, yet there was a rush to merge and consolidate these two offices. I'm calling it out. It's a double standard we're having here for whatever reason. I believe it is truly political that we are not putting this on the ballot. So I'm just so very disappointed in what is happening on this board.
Okay, further discussion, Mr. Zay?
Mr. Chairman, may I just respond?
Yeah, Mr. Elliott, please, forgive me, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate what Member Chaplin said, but I'm not sure that cuts in favor, because there was a study that suggested we'd have cost savings with that merger. And the response, the actuality that we got last year, and we saw it again this morning, is the most expensive elections in the history of our county. That merger, which was anticipated to result in savings, substantially more savings than we're seeing here, has resulted literally in the most expensive elections that we've ever had. It was the opposite of cost savings. And certainly there have been COVID-related issues in the last several months that have created problems, but that original budget was presented to us last year well in advance of COVID being on anyone's radar screen. So I'm not quite certain that pointing to the projection of cost savings in that merger supports the position that Member Chaplin's suggesting.
Thank you. I think Member Ozog is seeking recognition again. Please, Member Ozog.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to reiterate the statement that the clerk made about benchmarks and COVID. We've never dealt with that before. But I also really want to reiterate that what we're looking at here is replacing 3 advisory questions that talk about functions that we better already be covering with 2 options for our voters to, 1, eliminate one position, which would be a cost savings, even just eliminating the position, but in combination with eliminating 6 board positions, which is simply advisory. We don't know what the results are going to be, and the next board will be deciding this issue if they even choose to bring it up. But we're taking that opportunity away from constituents. And in both cases, our constituents are not going to have a chance to weigh in how they are governed. Instead, we're going to ask them 3 questions, which I'm certainly not going to agree to, about issues and functions that we should certainly already be doing. Thank you.
Okay. Member Zay, Jim Zay.
Member Zay, put your microphone on, please.
Sorry. Thank you. From the beginning, member DCI and I were not in favor of this. And when people are talking about double standards and the election commission being merged, does anybody remember the issues we had with the DuPage election commission, where we were not getting results of elections, and people were here? Our clerk was here before she ran for the office, demanding change. So we changed it. I don't see anybody coming here to the county board saying the recorder of deeds office is horrible. They're doing a bad job. They're a great, well-run, efficient office. They generate revenue for this. When you talk about pensions, you know, it takes initial savings on pensions. There'll be a new recorder of deeds. You know, the institutional knowledge we are losing at the recorder of deeds office is staggering. Not only Fred Buchholz, who had been the chief deputy for many years, and now being the recorder for years, that's over 30 years of experience. And yes, when you talk about institutional drain, many of his senior staff have already put in their retirement papers. So when that study says that you're going to have to hire people to get that institutional knowledge, that is 100% correct, because we are losing his top people. But again, we're talking about double standards. There is no double standard here. The election commission, we took it out of an appointed board by the county board and made it responsible to the people through the clerk, who the clerk is elected. And I don't care who the clerk is. I think the clerk's doing a fine job. I don't agree with it. I think it's too much responsibility for one office. We talk about the recorder of deeds. We're talking about billions of dollars of people's homes, like Member DeCiani said, people's family businesses, things that have to be watched out at. We're hearing about more scams, more anything else out there. People are trying to steal people's deeds and everything else. This is what we're talking about. This board went and looked at it and decided, you know what, this isn't a good idea. The study, you can interpret the study any way you want, and that's fine. But again, we just don't consolidate to consolidate. And we're not consolidating a unit of government. What we're doing here is keeping a well-run office that's well-needed in this county. And again, a pension, if somebody comes in, you know, it takes 10 years through IMRF to get a pension in that office. So you're talking about savings. That's 10 years down the line if someone's even elected to that office. So those savings you're talking about are gone immediately. You know, we can talk about this and it can be political, but again, this is a question that is binding. It's not advisory, it's binding. And we think we have a responsibility. We just put something on a ballot and says, should we get rid of something? People are going to say, oh yeah, sure. We're not educating anybody. We've got the progressive tax, or groups are on both sides putting it. We're not going to do anything. We're going to put it on the ballot. That's why we have general questions that don't need huge explanations. But again, to get rid of a unit of government that's well-run, that we've had no complaints on here at this county, if you talk to any title company here in DuPage County or Cook County, when they come in here, the professionalism in that office and the high standards they have, it's a well-run office. We need to continue to have that office. So hopefully you will vote for a yes to repeal this and keep that office around.
Can I just ask one question? Could we please put the study on the website?
Point of
I just want to ask a question. Could we please put the study on the website so that people can see the study?
It is on the website.
Is it on the website?
For some
Okay.
time.
I just want to make sure it's on there.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay. Thank you for your, okay. So members A closed. We have listened to all the debate. There's been a motion and a second.
A point of clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I just want to be clear in light of the comment that Member Dessart made. Am I correct that a yes vote on this is to repeal it and remove it from the ballot, and a no vote is to not repeal it and keep it on the ballot?
Yes. Yes vote would repeal. The no vote would not repeal. So the question is whether or not we repeal. Okay, is that clear? Does everybody understand?
Yes is yes, no
Yes
no.
means no to the question, and no means yes to the question.
Now you can
All right. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Mr. Deputy Clerk, please call the roll.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
No.
Covert. Dessart.
Nay.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. No. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
No.
Kachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
No.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
No.
Tornatore.
Aye.
11 to 7.
11 voting aye to repeal, 7 voting nay not to repeal. The resolution is adopted. Mr. Zay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move on CBR 44920, submission of 3 advisory referendum questions of public policy to the electors of DuPage County.
It's been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. Whoa. Oh,
Whoa,
I'm sorry.
whoa.
Mr. Healy's over there. Sorry.
My question is just quite simple. If the 3 of these pass, then it becomes moot voting
No,
on
that's
item
not
number-
true. And that was a misunderstanding that was discussed earlier by one board member. No, the state law specifically excludes a referendum question that may deal with the reduction in the size of a board. Very curious, but that is the way the law is written. So these resolutions are put forth for the purposes that they're on face value. So there's no other intent here. Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Krajewski.
First question, just on the wording, when we asked about shall DuPage County continue to consider financial support of law enforcement and public safety its top budget priority, so it sounds like we want to make it the number 1. I believe it is very important. Maybe it is my number 1, but could be number 2 for somebody, or they like public health as number 1. But if 10 or 12 things that we do, and people rate those, I'm not sure if, a majority are going to say it's the number 1, but if it's one of our top priority budgets, but that it's top priority, making it sound like it's the number 1, first one. That was my only question. Thanks.
Okay, we have member Ozog followed by member DeCiani.
Okay, I've already expressed myself about how I feel about these questions in general, but in particular, these questions should have been written out in our agenda. So should the public want to have a look at it, they don't have to go to our 1,700-page packet. So these should be written out. And the other thing I'm going to point out is that questions 1 and 3 appear to me to be dog whistles based on a law and order agenda for issues that we should already be
What do you mean
doing.
by dog whistle? I don't know exactly what that means. Why don't you explain that for us? What does dog whistle mean?
What it means is that these questions are jobs that we should already be doing. So why are we putting this before the voters?
I don't understand what that has to do with a dog whistle.
What is the purpose? Why would we put these in front of the voters if we're not already doing this? I can't understand why. Same thing with the tax, the motor tax, and the issue about 1% of your home's value. Why do we do these sorts of things? These are not issues that we should be facing because we should already be doing them. I'm completely against this, but we really do need to at least let the public know in our agenda what you guys are up to. Thank you.
Member DeCiani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On June 9th in our finance meeting, there was discussion of the change of appetite for funding law enforcement and the potential need to move money from one bucket to another, from public safety bucket to potentially community service bucket. I think these questions clearly answer those questions to the taxpayer, and I think we as a county board, something that I've been very much advocating on since I've been elected to any position publicly, is law enforcement. It is a number 1 priority in government. When people were badgering me about this issue, I said, go to my website. It's been that way since 2009. It's a top priority of mine. If you don't like it, don't vote for me. But to me, it's important. I think these questions are good for us to understand, and maybe people don't like that. And then maybe we need to consider how we fund our law enforcement. But I for one, feel it's important. I, for one, feel let the people let us know how they feel about this. I think people move to DuPage County because it has a high quality of life and has low crime compared to many of our counterparts to the east and surrounding counties. And I think that's important. So I don't see why anybody would have a question of priority on a ballot so voters can let us know how they feel. Again, this was brought up in discussion. That's why I brought this up as well before. Taking one bucket of money and moving it to another bucket of money is called defunding of money, defunding of law enforcement. It's kind of a national trend right now, given what's going on. I personally have a problem with that. Again, law enforcement, public safety, quality of life, they're all tied together. You want to have what's going on in Cook County, in Chicago, going on in this county? I don't think so. You want to have what's going on in New York and some of these other areas where leadership is not strong and backs up their public safety employees, both men and women, both white and African American and Latino, who protect us? I don't think so. I think we need to hear from the people how they feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Healy, followed by Member Larson.
I'm just going to remain consistent on this. I always like turning to the voters and asking them questions. I don't feel that they're dog whistles. I think they could have been worded a little bit better. But, it's always good to hear, from the voters as to what they're thinking, which then helps elected officials make their decision as they're moving forward. Are we going to move money from this pot to that pot, or are we going to do certain things? So I have no problem with the three resolutions as they sit.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Larson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Words matter, and we continue to have these political speeches being made when we're trying to do the business of the people of this county. And accusations are being made, essentially political commercials by certain members of this board, rather than addressing the actual policies that we're talking about. And I want to talk a little bit about hypocrisy, because this morning we had a finance committee meeting where some of the same people who are complaining about having these questions on the ballot and who have demanded meeting after meeting after meeting to go through budgetary issues, which I, as finance chairman, have accommodated and allowed the board to have their voice on these issues, were telling us this morning that asking the clerk questions was political and that there was no reason for those questions to be asked at the time. So exactly what is the standard that we're talking about here? If we're asking budgetary questions, that's politics, unless it's somebody that they don't like, in which case you can ask all the questions you want. These issues go to the core of the national debate about law enforcement and about COVID-19. A month or two ago, we submitted, and I circulated to the entire board for feedback, our budget survey questions. I really didn't get much of anything in terms of feedback from the board, but we submitted our budget survey. We've had almost 5,000 of our residents already respond, more than last year, and we're still going to keep it open till the end of August. The voters want a voice in a discussion on the budgetary issues. We're giving it to them. We're giving them the opportunity to comment because we hear things about defund the police. We hear things about how the police should be directed to interact with minority groups and so forth. And so we're giving the voters an opportunity to comment on those issues. We are going to face a budgetary crisis next year. We know that. We don't know how bad it may be or not be. There are a lot of things that may change in that time. But I don't see what the objection is to seeking voter input into the process, just as we're doing through the budget survey. So when we say that the clerk shouldn't be asked questions, the public shouldn't be asked questions, but when we ask questions about the recorder's office and we get that information, we're supposed to ignore it. I don't know exactly what the point is that's being made here, but it doesn't seem very consistent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tornatore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Followed by Member Dessart.
Before I comment on these three things, in the 8 years I've been on this board, tried to have been as apolitical as possible on this floor, because I think politics should stay outside of this room. But when I hear words like what you guys are doing, cut the crap, and dog whistle, those are not governmental phrases, I think, that are appropriate when we're discussing something on a legislative issue. Regarding these three questions, I think they're just the opposite of what a normal advisory question is to see normal advisory question, and I'm opposed to advisory questions generally for a variety of reasons, and I'd get into it maybe later because our form of government isn't a democracy, it's a representative form of government, but this isn't asking the public to tell us what to do. This is telling the public what we think is important. And what I think is important is PPE, obviously, as should everybody, to support law enforcement, to ensure that law enforcement is trained to protect themselves and others, defendants and other people who are arrested. That's what we need to stand for. And when I read in the newspaper or see on television that the Cook County Board votes to defund police, even though that may have been a symbolic gesture, because it really didn't defund Sheriff Dart's budget, that sends a message to the public in Cook County. And the people that I know in Cook County, including my daughter, are moving. They want to get away. They're afraid. She was afraid to leave her apartment yesterday for the things that were going on in my city that I was born and raised in, and where I practiced for a significant period of time. So I think it's important that the public know that we on this board support law enforcement, support PPE, support training for police and fire. And quite honestly, I think if it came back and 80% of the people said no to these things, it wouldn't change my mind how I feel about getting PPE or law enforcement, nor would it change probably anybody's mind. What these questions do is not ask the voters what we should do. It tells the voters what we are, who we are. And that's why they're there. And that's why they should stay there.
Thank you, Member Tornatore. Member Desart.
I too think that it's very important to ask voters' opinions about certain items, but the finance chair said that we have a budgetary questionnaire out, and during my first DuPage County Board budget process a year ago, unfortunately, the board was not given the questionnaire results until after the budget was passed. So I'm hoping that maybe we can see what the public has to say before we end on the budget. Regarding these questions right here, the member from Elmhurst is continuing to report and repeat misleading information. Nobody on this board has talked about or even whispered about cutting law enforcement. We have never talked about cutting Sheriff Mendrick's salary. So for a member from Elmhurst to keep repeating that refrain is just a lie, frankly. It's wrong. It's not true. Nobody has talked about defunding or unfunding the Sheriff's Department. So in my opinion, these questions here are not public policy. These are obvious items that you do, as Member Ozog said, when you're elected. And for anybody watching, I want you to hear these questions. The first question is, shall DuPage County continue to consider financial support of law enforcement and public safety? Should we continue to do that? Now, who in their right mind would vote no? Who would say, no, you should not continue to fund law enforcement? That is a ridiculous question. Question number 2, in order to fight the spread of COVID, shall DuPage County obtain a stockpile of PPE? That's our job. If we didn't continue to maintain a stockpile of PPE for nursing homes and healthcare providers and first responders, we would be negligent of doing our job as elected officials on this county board. Number 3, shall DuPage County continue to fund and support training to decrease the risk of injury to officers? Are you kidding me? Nobody in their right mind would say, no, I don't think we should fund that. I want more officers injured. Who in the world would say that? These 3 questions are disrespectful to our voters because they are a waste of time to our voters. And we should be more mindful of our voters' times. If we have questions for voters, real, true questions, of course, put them on a ballot. But these questions are disrespectful to our voters' time. They're all obvious questions, and I don't want to waste my taxpayers' time. Thank you.
Okay, Member DeCiani.
Chairman, Member Desart, I have the utmost respect for you, but I got to tell you, when somebody says they want to move one that we're tone deaf nationally, as what's happening nationally, and when they want to move one bucket to another bucket, while you might not say that's come out and saying it's defunding, I think it could be pretty much perceived when you take public safety dollars and move it to community service dollars, it's pretty much defunding law enforcement. I'm a big community service advocate. I'll run through a wall for a family, as you heard today with the Basilis family. But you know, we also need to have law and order. We need to have public safety in place. And then on the training, you guys voted against training for paying supervisors to give them a carrot to go after so that we have more supervisors wanting to be supervisors so they could train our officers. So we got buckets of money being potentially moved from law enforcement to community services, and then we had a no vote from many, while it was revenue neutral, on funding supervisors who are the mentors to our boots on the ground. So, call it what you want to call it. I get defensive. My brother and many of my family members are served in law enforcement. They served as first responders. I value what they do. I worked alongside many men and women, white, Latino, black, for the city of Elmhurst. They do a great job. When people came out and attacked them, I felt very defensive of those people. Again, this shows priorities, but to say that on June 9th we didn't talk about moving buckets or a national move or not voting for for a revenue neutral vote on paying supervisors who mentor our law enforcement, boots on the ground, I think is quite frankly tone deaf. That was it's all on record, it's all on video, and I was there. I was offended, and I think again it's a top priority for many of ours. Let's hear from the voters, and I have no problem with that. But moving one bucket to another, I think is pretty much tone deaf. Thank you.
Point of Chairman, I'm sorry, I'm the one he was discussing. I have the point of personal privilege.
Member Salmon, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Member DeCiani, this is now the third time I have explained to you that my words were both on video and in transcript. I've emailed them to you separately so that you are able to confirm my words. I had 2 points I brought up that morning with the sheriff, who I like quite a bit and have been very complimentary of through his actions throughout his entire tenure. The first was whether or not we should be giving raises when we were talking about 20 to 30% reductions in other departments. When we approve a budget in November, the likelihood is we will all be voting for cuts in every department. So I look forward to you discussing how proud you are to defund the county, because apparently that's your logic. The second part of my comments was that I wished we had taken that vote after we had the conversations during our census committee. When we had those census committee conversations, the vast majority of them weren't about policing. They were about economic opportunities and the minority businesses. Both of those topics are now being discussed in strategic planning. I think that we have been responsive to my comments, and I would again respectfully ask you both on this floor and in the press to stop putting words in my mouth as the youngest female member of this board, Member DeCiani. It's disrespectful. Thank you.
Oh boy. Okay. Please, let's bring this to a close. Member
Krajewski,
DeCiani.
yeah, thank you. Member Krajewski was nice enough to lend me your quote specifically. When we look nationally, I'm quoting Member Selman from the transcript from the June 9th finance meeting. When we look nationally, police budgets account for generally a third of a government body's expenses. And some of the arguments, and again, I think that's why we have to have this complete count committee that's incredibly diverse, that's going to help us understand some of these issues. But the idea is whether or not all the duties of policing live within the policing department. Sort of like how fire doesn't live there and EMT doesn't live there. The conversation is, well, are these things community services? Should those dollars live there? So that's the conversation I think we should have. Those are your words, Member Selman.
Correct, and then we did the next meeting. Thank you for confirming that.
So that to me is those are your words. I'm just repeating them, and those are concerning to me. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We do have a couple other folks seeking recognition. I'd like to get to the folks that haven't spoken once yet, if we can call on them first, and then we'll get to the ones that want to repeat. So we're going to go to Member Healy, followed by Member Elliott.
Once again, the question regarding and again, I like putting things to the voters. The question regarding should we stockpile stuff, that's actually a very germane question. We have money that's going to be left over towards the end of this year regarding the CARES dollars. And one of the options for that is we haven't been able to get stuff out of the federal government. We definitely haven't gotten stuff out of the state government. Should DuPage County more or less become the one that says, all right, look, we're not going to rely on pretty much anybody for the next problem. We're going to literally stockpile this stuff and the other things. But that means that we're then not going to give money to the municipalities. I mean, that's a question you ask your voters. You ask them, do you want us to stockpile this? Because that's a very germane question. for the future. I mean, right now, we never stockpiled it before, but now we're talking about spending an enormous amount of money to stockpile for the future. And although inarticulately asked, the first and the third one for me, and again, I will still be here when we're voting on this year's budget, is going to have to do an awful lot with the sheriff's office and our funding level and everything else. So I see them, I see question number 2 is very germane. I see question 1 and 3 germane, but inarticulately asked. So I, again, will be supporting all 3 of these because it's something you ask your voters as to where their position is on that. And you start understanding where you're going to start funding and not funding things. Thank you.
Mr. Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think we need to parse through or fight about what different members of this board have said or not said. I think there can be no debate that this is an issue that is out there in the public. 6 months ago, if I thought we'd have a referendum question on whether funding the police, funding law enforcement was important or not, I would have very much doubted it. But I can't turn on my television today. I can't go on social media or the internet without seeing active debate about defunding the police or rethinking the way in which police services are delivered. There is a very, very loud movement of people that are they're vocal and in some cases quite articulate on that issue. There's another segment of the population that's saying, well, there's a huge silent majority that feels very differently. I think we need to ask our voters the question and find out. I do recognize, I acknowledge that Member Dessart has said, well, no one on this board is saying that. We don't need to listen to those voices. I think as a board member, I want to understand the way my constituents feel about this. I happen to think we do it well in DuPage County. I happen to look at the way things are going in Cook County, where you have a prosecutor that was reported in the Tribune yesterday is just dropping more felony charges than any of her predecessors. I don't think that's the right way. But I don't know what my constituents feel about this issue. And I think it is enough of a question and a loud enough question that we need to find out.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Member Chaplin.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So I agree. I think Member Healy's correct. The questions 1 and 3 are not worded in a. If we can change the wording on questions 1 and 3, combine 1 and 3, and maybe put a question on there about home rule, because I think that's important that our constituents weigh in. We're going to need to find other ways to, fund the county, and I think it's a really relevant question. But especially question number 3, to me, it just, I don't I'm just an average person, but, decrease the injury to officers and suspects for law enforcement agencies. I mean, of course, we want to have our officers trained, but I don't know that it's clear that these questions are clearly stated. And if we're going to put them on, I'd like to see them a little clearly stated what they exactly mean. And those would be some of my points, but I would like to see, more questions about home rule, affordable housing, health. I mean, there's other relevant questions too that we can put on there. So, but I always like the voters to weigh in on anything.
There you go. Last but not least, we have Member Ozog for a second time.
Okay, a couple of issues here. First of all, as I brought up before, these questions infer, and this is my issue with using the word dog whistle, that we are not all on board. I'll remind everybody that in June, a robocall was made from Mr. DeCiani stating that Democrats were not in favor of funding for the police. Mr. Chairman, you yourself issued a retraction or a defense of us in terms of that statement. So let me make perfectly clear that I am completely in favor of working with the board and maintaining, at least at this time, the funding issues that we have for both our judicial system and our public safety. But I want to point out that 4 times a year, we have an ability to let people know. We have our public relations department, we have our newsletters, we have plenty of options to let people know, our constituents know what we're doing and what we're about. But in this particular case, I see very close similarities between this and the 2018 referendum, two of which questions were completely conjecture about a 1% property tax and a 4% fuel tax on miles driven, none of which were even proposed at that point. So I don't want to give our voters the impression that this is an issue and that we are not in favor of maintaining and doing our jobs. And as far as I can tell, all three of these questions are about doing our job. And then I'm also going to direct another thing to Mr. Elliott in terms of needing to find out what our voters think. If we need to find out about these three questions, then I see no reason why our voters cannot weigh in on whether or not we could decrease the size of the board. You can look at statistics up, down, and sideways all day long, but the two counties that I brought up are identical to us. Their responsibilities are identical to us. They both make less salary than us, and they both operate with 7 and 4 board members. And I'm looking to reduce the size of this board to 12. Okay. I think that we can do this work, and I think that everyone who wants to be weighing in on these issues should consider, are we going to let our voters weigh in on how they're governed and the size of this board? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Tornatore, followed by Member Covert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think she needs any defense, but I'm going to come to the defense of my seatmate, Member Selman. I never thought that what she said was to defund the police. I thought she was looking at how to allocate certain sums of money, and over the past year and a half, gotten to know her as a colleague, and I don't believe that that's her position. Again, regarding, I've heard Republican and Democrats so many times today that it's beginning to get to me, and we're talking more about Member DeCiani right now than we are about the issue. I mean, it doesn't always have to be about Pete. Okay? So let's maybe move on to something else. And regarding the 2018 ballot advisory referendums that were put on there for a specific reason, if you think that helped the Republicans, go back and look at the 2018 results, because they didn't do very much for us. And lastly, to Member Desart's rhetorical question about who in their right mind would say no to any of those things, the Cook County Board. They just did. And I think that that's really important for people to know that we're not them.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Tornatore. Member Covert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know where this vote's going to go on this question on this board today, but I do want to get on the record that I didn't want to bring it up on the county board, but there has been a county board member constituent spoke to me about this, but a county board member was going around my district saying that the DuPage Sheriff's Office is not interested in doing any diversity training, and the county board is not interested in diversity and inclusion, and the Sheriff's Department's not doing anything. I clarified this misinformation, and I do want to get it, for the people who are watching, I do want to let them know that the Sheriff's Department is working very hard on diversity training and has been. Just DuPage is great. Sheriff Mendrick and his Undersheriff Eddie Moore. Undersheriff Eddie Moore, they're doing a spectacular job over there, and they take their job very seriously, and they do take into consideration what the people have to say. So I just want to let people know that, you know, they are not like the other counties. Our Sheriff's Department is very different from other counties. They operate differently, and each police department is different. So do we have room for improvement? Of course, we always have room for improvement, but you know, we can't generalize all law enforcement officials, and that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that concludes our discussion on this item. Oh, okay. There you go. Thought we were making progress. Member Desart.
We are making progress, Chairman. Thank you. What the member from Naperville just said about somebody was going, a board member, a DuPage County board member was going around her district and saying those things. I do not know who that board member was, but I'm assuming that it must have been Member Healy, because it was certainly not me, and there were only 3 board members in her district. So if there was some insinuation that it was me, I just wanted to clear it up. It was not. I've never said anything like that. Thank you.
Very good.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't imply anybody.
Right.
And no, I did not say any names, but they don't have to necessarily be from my district. It could be from any district.
I understand. Okay, further discussion? I think we're about ready to close.
Close?
Mr. Zay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we talk about these questions. You know, the first question, like Member Tornatori had said, there are people who don't think this. And the Cook County Board, don't tell me this is not anything that's going on, because every day I see a Cook County Commissioner getting on TV and saying we need to defund our police, we need to take money away from the sheriff, we need to put it to community service, we need to do this. I mean, this is, they're the largest county in the state of Illinois. Will the second largest county say, no, we're not doing this? We support our law enforcement. We support our prosecutors. We support our judges. I mean, if anybody looks, we had looting in the city of Chicago the other day, right? If anybody looks on social media or looks in a thing, person arrested, looting, assaulting a police officer, let out, $500 bond, let out today. I mean, that's what we're talking about here. I mean, do we take this as a priority here in DuPage County? And this is going to be right before the end of our budget and the election. These questions could be setting the stage for future budget issues. I've been on this board for a long time. Member Healy knows. How many times have we told our sheriff we cannot afford body cameras? How many? Many, because we couldn't. Maybe this is setting the stage for a public safety tax. Maybe this is setting the stage for home rule to bring more revenue in. Is this a priority? I think it is here in the county. I know it is for myself and my family, because, again, the city of Chicago, Seattle, Portland, many other places we're seeing all over the country are defunding their police. We're not saying that. We're saying we're going to support it. It's a top priority here in DuPage County, because people came here because a county of almost 1 million people, we should have 10 times the murder rate we have in here. We have a safe county here. And that's because of the work of our law enforcement, our judiciary, our prosecutors. Does anybody know every time something happens, our state's attorney sends a press release out, lets people know that this person went to jail? When it gets appealed, that it was upheld by the appellate, we see those press releases. It's important here. The other one on PPE, there's members of this board. I talked to Nick Cottonmeyer months ago. Is this a priority? Are we going to do this? Is this thing, everybody's talking about, vaccinations, everything. How long do we know this is going to go? This could be another priority. Once this CARES Act money runs out at the end of the year, what are we going to do? Are we just going to disappear? Are we not going to do anything? Are we going to continue to fund these things? We need to do that. And I am concerned, if anybody, more than anybody on this board, about the politics of it, and I make sure I do not get into it, because we shouldn't have it. We've never had it before in my years. Remember, Healy knows. We don't do it. But it seems to be the new thing, to point fingers. I wish we'd have more civil discourse between each other, not point fingers, not make comments, not do everything else to belittle people, and just get to the issues that the people elected us to do, is do the issues of the county. So I hope you'll support these 3 initiatives. I think they're important, and I think it will send a message not only to our residents, but where we got to go in the future for funding to do this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zay. There's been a motion and a second on CBR 449-20, item C on our agenda. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
No.
Covert. Desart.
Nay.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog. Ozog.
No.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
No.
Rutledge. No. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
13 aye, 5 nay.
13 voting aye, 5 voting nay. The resolution is adopted. Mr. Zay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move on to some less controversial stuff. Move on to CBR 447-20, submission of advisory question of public policy to the electors of DuPage County, reduce county board size.
There's been a motion and a second. Mr. Healy seeking recognition over there.
Now I hope I can count on all those people who were in favor of those 3 resolutions to vote with us to put this resolution on the county board and that are in front of the voters. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? We see Member Ozog. There she is. Please proceed.
Just a moment. I got to close this. Mr. Healy, I would just like to concur with your comments. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion. Mr. Member Chaplin.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Cronin. So in 2012, the DuPage County Board adopted the ACT initiative, and we all know what it stands for: accountability, consolidation, and transparency. The ACT initiative encourages improved efficiency, aims to reduce duplication of services, and promote shared services when possible. We talked about the report that was shared with the working group, and the report showed that similar-sized counties with comparable budgets had fewer board members than DuPage County. And we know that there would be a nice savings of about $300,000 per year plus benefits, and that's really a significant amount of money. But more so than that, we talk about collaborating and working together. We talk about the work for the staff. So many times we get emails. For example, this week some board members got an email from a gentleman about environment, what we're doing on the environment. And I think Member Eckhoff sent an email to Joy. I sent an email to Joy. I believe the chairman's office sent an email to Joy. So she was getting bombarded with the same question from numerous board members. And then we talk about, working together collaboratively and everything like that. But I was on an email chain regarding Sterigenics, actually. And I was surprised that in that email that the chairman had mentioned that he was collaborating with Member Hart and John and Senator Curran on the Sterigenics issue, but the issue wasn't either didn't require the attention of 3 board members. That it was important that members Renahan and Krajewski were included on that correspondence, or to work with them in Sterigenics as well. It was only, I guess, important for 1 board member could handle it. And also, as we see in our appointment process, we have the same few people being appointed to new committees and things like that. How can we justify having a large board when the chairman himself only chooses to work with a handful of board members? I think right there that is evidence enough to reduce the size of the board.
Okay. Further discussion. Mr. Krajewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank everybody for putting the work in on this issue. I know Member Healy's been looking at it for 20 years, he says, and he's brought it up in the past and fell a few votes short. I brought this issue up a couple of times over the last year, back actually when we were doing the recorder discussion. I truly believe we should allow the voters to decide on this and put it out for the voters. It wouldn't be a complicated question for the voters to understand either. It would say exactly what this resolution says. Shall the DuPage County Board reduce the number of county board members from 18 to 12 board members elected from multi-member districts consisting of 2 members per district? I did have a number of conversations over the time I brought this back up in February with constituents. Again, as we got closer to this date, there was talk about if the board wouldn't do it, whether the citizens could initiate their own referendum, but they had to do it 92 days in advance before that they could put a referendum on the ballot. So again, this just let know the citizens do have the ability, if they want, they can do their own referendum to put a question on the ballot if we so choose not to. They have the April election coming up, so if we fail to do that, a citizen group could take the initiative and circulate a petition. They need 8% of who voted in the last governor's race and could ask that same question. So hopefully we'll pass it today, and if we don't, I'm still in support of it and would help citizen groups get a referendum on the ballot in the April election. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion, Member Tornatore, followed by Member Krajewski, and then DeCiani, and then Bob Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I will be voting against putting this on the ballot. I've said this a number of times when it first came up. Thank you to Member Selman and the working group for coming up with a comprehensive report for us to take a look at. For all of the reasons that were listed there, I don't believe we should go from 18 to 12. I think 3 is better than 2. I think to reduce the representation of our constituents by a third and increase the work of the remaining 2, if this were to pass, by 50%, isn't good government. I think taking away the knowledge and experience of 6 people on this board, the talent of 6 people on this board, the diversity that we presumably have and would continue to have, is not good government. But a couple of things that haven't been said. It's been talked about an immediate savings and $300,000 and change. If this were to be on the ballot and passed, it wouldn't be an immediate savings. It wouldn't go into effect at a minimum until 2022, which wouldn't be a savings until the budget of 2023. So whatever we do on this, and even if we went from 18 to 12, it wouldn't take effect until 2022, and it wouldn't affect our budget deficit that we're facing right now. So the reality is that, you know, this is, again, somewhat symbolic to deal with our budget problem, but it doesn't do anything for our budget issue in the next 2 years. Also, we talk about going to the general public and finding out how they feel and whatever. I don't know about anybody else, but I don't know the hue and cry from my constituents about reducing the county board from 18 to 12. No one's emailed me, written me, no one stops me in line at the grocery store and says, you guys really ought to reduce your government by a third. So I don't know where that's come from other than some people who, for whatever their reasons, and I will assume that they're all valid, legitimate, and pure. The reality is that I don't see this as a really big issue. And lastly, and I touched on it before, I used to teach it to my students at Triton College, we're a representative form of government, not a pure democracy. People elect us to make decisions. I don't think that we're expected, nor do I think people want to be bothered by us asking them every time we have to make a tough decision. Earlier, I think it was Member Chaplin, and if Liz, if it's not you, I apologize, someone said, do we not trust the voters who elected us? And I'm just going to flip that around. Do the voters not trust us? And if they don't, then they shouldn't elect us. We're elected to represent them. We're elected to make decisions. And for the life of me, I can't understand how we would be more effective to 155,000 people in a district if there were only 2 of us as opposed to 3. I just don't see it. So I'm going to vote against this resolution. Thank you.
Okay, Member Pachowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How many times have we heard that DuPage is bigger than 6 states? We have a $500 million budget.
Can't hear. Can't hear.
I'm sorry, I think it's on now. How many times have we heard that DuPage is bigger than 6 states, what our budget is, our head count is? And here we already have the smallest county board, and we have the most people in our district. I don't see how we've done anything that the voters are going to be out for some revenge. We've balanced our budget. The property level and tax is flat. We clean our highways. We have a safe community, and crime is low. So if this is done, it's being done just for purposes that are, I think, are political. And again, I want diversity on the board. We're not going to get that with 12. And let the voters decide if we have no county board or 3 on the county board. We are the smallest county board district already, and I think that the committee did a great job, and the committee voted 4-2 to keep what we have as is, and I will be voting for this against this as well.
Okay, thank you. Member DeCiani.
Thank you, Member Chairman. I concur with members Pachowski and Member Tornatore, and also Member Krajewski. Even though he's, potentially for this, I think this should be coming from the voters. In other words, we've got city councils that are almost as big as the county board. The city of Elmhurst has 14 aldermen. We have 8, in a town of 45,000 people. I often felt sometimes, maybe we had too big of a board, but it wasn't me as a mayor that determined that. That was the original form of government that Elmhurst created. It created 2 aldermen per district, and it is what it is. So for us to be putting this out there, I think it really should be more driven from the voters itself, wanting to do a petition. You feel this is overly large board, let them do a petition, let them put this on the ballot. Reminder, we don't have staff. Cook County has $500,000 per commissioner and staff. They get rental office, they've got 3-4 people in their office dealing with phone calls. Some of us work a lot, some don't. Some turn in timesheets with 8 hours. Some are committed saying they work less than 10 hours a week. Member Chaplin, I know you mentioned that when you said that we're overpaid. You would do the job for $25,000, but I don't believe you've ever turned any money in or donated money from your salary. In fact, now you've taken insurance. So what I'm saying is we've got a challenge of a lot of work being put on 3 people per district, no staff, no extra pay, and some carry the water, others maybe don't carry the water as much. I know I called every mayor in my district yesterday and said, what can I do for you? Many of my mayors don't get calls from one of their county board members. And that's important. I think we need to work. We need to be, accountable for our time and for the work that we do. To take away representation, politically driven, I think is wrong. Let the voters do a petition. Let them put it on the ballot. That's coming from the electorate, not from a politically motivated board. And again, I know many members that work their tails off, and I appreciate that because it's important that we do our job of the people and represent them well and run through walls for families like the Priscilla's family when they come up, or the Mitchell family when they come up, and that's the job that we took on. So I'm proud to do that. I think 18 is a good number. We've already reduced the board from 24 to 18. We're one of the smallest considering our population, and I enjoy working with many of the members of the board here and making that happen. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Healy.
I think you're going to let Member Chaplin because she was directly talking.
Oh, all right. I have a list here. I have her on the list, but yeah, Member Chaplin.
I wasn't going to respond to anything that Member DeSantis said, except about the staff. We do have staff, and the staff is very helpful to us. Anytime I get a question that I don't know the answer to, I send the question to staff. Chris Schneider, Sarah Hahn. I've been working with Lisa Stavich, I'm not saying her name right, in WorkNet. I've been getting tons of questions about Social Security, and Lisa has been so helpful in getting those people Social Security. To say that we don't have staff is not true. And we have some of the most helpful staff members here. And I'll tell you what, I've been on a lot, worked with Chris Schneider on a lot of projects that Member DeCiani was never showed up at, in Lombard and Oak Brook Terrace. And what I do, because I don't know how to paint a wall, a retaining wall, or replace a retaining wall, and I don't know how to dig a ditch for a storm water drain. But you know what? I go out with the staff and we meet with the staff, and the staff handles it. This is a staff. We are here to make sure the finances to fund the county board. We are not, you are not a full-time board member. You have a full-time job. I left my job so I can dedicate all of my time to this position now. But to say that we don't have a staff and that we don't rely on staff is a complete fabrication.
Okay, Member Healy, and you get to talk, but you don't get to invite other people to talk, okay?
You know me, I don't mention other board members because I'm afraid they'll start talking then. I just wanted to assume that when a couple of board members recently said this was done for political reasons or politically motivated, they were not including me in that, since I have had this position for 22 years. So I am just going to assume that you did not mean me. You said political.
Okay, further discussion. We have Member Ozog, I'm worried about you holding your hand up for so long, so I want to make sure we call on you.
I'm just fine, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Okay, a couple of comments. Mr. Torrentore's comment about we're supposed to be making decisions. I believe that was my point about the previous referendum. Those are policy decisions that I think, all agree on, that we would certainly want to fund our police and our judicial system, that we want to have PPE, that we want to have good training. That was my previous issue about us being elected to make those policy decisions. In this case, it's different, because what I wanted to achieve here is to ask our voters what they think about reducing the size of the board. And as for this being a political issue, I've been wondering about this since the early aughts. Around 2004 or 5, this board was 24 members, and then it reduced its size to 18. However, it spun off 7 board members for a forest preserve at the same salary, so no real cost savings was achieved. The other thing I've received several emails, comments about, that's a great idea, maybe we should talk about that, because this is advisory. And as a matter of fact, last week I had a handyman come to give me an estimate on fixing some siding on my house, and this gentleman is perhaps well into his 70s, I think, and God bless him, he's still doing carpentry work. But he said to me, "Oh, you guys are talking about reducing the size of the board. I think that's a great idea." So I would like to remind the board that this issue has been in the press and that it is out there. So today you will be voting to not allow our constituency to decide how they should be governed and the size of the government that they want, which seems to me to be the essence of the C in the ACT initiative. And finally, I'd also like to point out that in terms of healthcare, Mr. Elliott spent the first 18 months, my first 18 months on this board, talking about eliminating healthcare benefits for the board members who utilize them. I am one of those. First of all of us pay at least $10,000, $11,000, $12,000 a year besides the county's contribution. But I think the amount stated was somewhere in the $150,000 to $150,000 range, or something along those lines. We have an opportunity here to eliminate 6 positions and a savings of $300,000 plus those benefits, and combined with the recorder's office, which we're not going to let our constituency decide on, we could have had a $500,000 savings in 7 staff positions alone. I think that's important. So I hope today that we'll remember that the constituency is watching this and that they know that some of us, think that this is not a bad idea for them to weigh in on this. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I believe I have personal privilege on that.
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Okay. There's a lot of personal privilege being asserted today because there's just a lot of name calling today, or name invoking, I should say. I'm glad you reminded me of the health benefits debate. So let me make everyone clear. I think everyone on this board is clear, but as you said, people at home are watching. Here's my issue with healthcare. It's an issue of fairness to our taxpayers. Every year, people run for this position, including a number of people on this board now, and they uniformly tell the public they will not accept health benefits for a part-time job. That happens all the time. Then they get on the board and they take the health benefits. We, let's be clear, have a part-time job. I think you heard today in public comment that there are some board members who spend only 8.8 hours a week on their job. And yet we get $50,000 in salary and health benefits. Our constituents don't get health benefits for part-time work. I've refused the health benefits. I could have them for myself and my entire family. I've refused them because I don't think it's the right thing to do. I have invited the rest of the board to do the same thing. A number of the board members have declined that. It would result in, by memory, I think it was about $180,000 in savings if board members were to fund their own health benefits. If the board members were to simply do what they told the voters they would do when they ran and paid their own health benefits. The board has chosen not to do that. I'm not raising the issue again because the board has voted decisively on it. I will simply point out that there are the number of the people who are proponents of this particular measure that were adamant that they would not surrender the health benefits they receive for admittedly part-time work.
Okay, thank you. Point, counterpoint. Now we go to Sheila Rutledge. Member Rutledge.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to say that, you know, we talked about the question about the recorder's office on the ballot. We had an extensive study that said that we were not going to appreciably save money on that. And so for us to, while I don't want to discount the staff work and the committee work on the question of whether to reduce the board or not, we have not looked to have a study by experts on that question and what the impact of that would be with our board. So I'll be voting no on that. And an aside, tomorrow morning I'll be attending a meeting of the Wheaton Sanitary District. And in those discussions, I found out that those 3 trustees on that board for 1 meeting a month at $6,000 of salary also can avail themselves to our health care cost or our health care program. So if Mr. Elliott has got a problem with that, I'll hope that he will include a couple committees that are appointed by our chairman that avail themselves to our health care as part of the discussion, because I think 1 meeting a month is hardly comes to the level of a part-time job. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Member Ozog, I see you're seeking recognition. Now, I mean, look, I'm trying to preside over a civil meeting of mature adults. And so, you know, you made your remark. Member Elliott responded. Do you have something new that you'd like to offer, something new and different?
Yes, I do actually, because a number of months ago, a video was made about me that is now on the DuPage Republican page that calls me a hypocrite. And at the League of Women Voters, when I was running, I said I'd be willing to discuss anything to do with benefits and salary, including donating $2,000 of my salary, which I have done. In 2016, this board gave themselves a raise of $2,000 over their current $50,000 salary. So I have fulfilled that. And after I was inaugurated, or I took my oath in December. In January of that year, I realized that because of the Czar versus Texas, a lawsuit which is being supported by the federal government, Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, could be going away. My husband's retirement age and my daughter was in college. And so I decided that the most appropriate thing for me to do was to take the health care. And so I did. I also had refused a job earlier while I was still running for office where I would not be able to take off every Tuesday. That job had health care. So I think when we open up the health care Pandora's box, especially for someone my age who's 62 and not able to avail themselves of Medicare, which anyone over 65 is able to have, I think we really get into some really dicey situations. But I did indeed fulfill my goal of donating $2,000 of my salary. And I think this needs to be said because I am not a hypocrite. I have chosen to take the health care because that is the best thing for myself and my daughter. Sorry.
Okay. Member Covert.
I commend Member Ozog for donating her $2,000 salary. I just asked the question, would you continue donating your salary today? Because that would be great if you could donate your salary to the county board and continue to do so. You've done such good work.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, there we go. All right, okay, Member Ozog, please. We're going to
that was really unnecessary. I had offered and I had promised to donate $2,000 of my $52,000 salary.
Okay, good.
I made that promise when I was running, and I have fulfilled it. Okay.
All right, further discussion. We have 2 more folks seeking recognition. We have Mr. Hart, followed by Mr. Larson. Mr. Hart.
Unnecessary and should be apologized for.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I think we've gone around the horn on this. I just want to pick up on something Member Covert said when we first discussed this a couple agenda items ago about how this would increase diversity. That is the reason why I support this. I don't think you can achieve diversity through subtraction. So I think that's something we should all consider when we vote on this matter. Thank you.
Okay, and Member Larson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a difficult
Microphone.
Can't hear.
I'll remember to do, no matter whether they're 18 or 12, I'll try to remember to use the microphone when I speak. This is a difficult vote. There are valid arguments on both sides of it. I've worked with all of our colleagues on various issues. I understand the arguments regarding cost savings, and those are valid as well. I do think actions speak louder than words, and so I'm going to ask for a little bit of a commitment from this entire board. When I joined this board, members still had the opportunity to join the very generous pension program that the state offered at the time. I campaigned on and said I would not take it, and I did not take it, to the cost of probably 7 figures in pension benefits that would be available to me for the remainder of my life. I made that choice because I did not think a part-time position, and let's make no mistake, this is a part-time position, merited a pension. I also did not take the health care benefits. I did not feel that was appropriate, again, for a part-time position. We talked about the savings of eliminating the recorder's office and ignoring the fact that the recorder does some work. That's less than we would save, even if we take all of that and assume all of it, less than we would save simply by eliminating health care benefits for part-time county board members. I have fought and voted even in contradiction of some of my fellow Republicans on issues related to continuing the pension benefits, to salary increases. I have been here when we reduced the stipends for various elected officials, when we reduced the salaries of various elected officials, including, by the way, the chairman. So we have fought those battles. I have donated tens of thousands of dollars of my salary over the years to the various DuPage charities. Anybody wants to check that out, they're free to do so. But this isn't a full-time position. It shouldn't be a full-time position. It is a part-time position that was chosen so that people can be citizen legislators. They can participate in the private sector and the public sector. And they still have and understand what it means to run a business, as I do in my private capacity. And so if we are going to reduce the size of the board, and I'm willing to listen to what the voters have to say, I'm actually going to vote in favor of allowing this on the ballot. If we're going to listen to what the voters say, and if the voters do say reduce, I hope and expect that every board member will commit to not saying we're now going to raise the salaries of board members to make it commensurate with a full-time position and then eliminate whatever savings we expect may occur here, because I think that would be very wrong and would frankly defraud the voters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There doesn't appear to be any further discussion. Mr. Zay to close. Well, you're not going to do that.
Microphone, please, Mr. Zay.
Jim, microphone.
Sorry.
You missed his best stuff.
Sorry, Tim. I just said a whole bunch of stuff about you. It's on. Is right? It's on. Okay. Again, some great points have been brought up. I want to thank Member Sulman for doing this. I mean, I think there was some shots taken at our chairman saying, oh, well, he appointed the members to that committee. I mean, it could have been real easy to put me on that committee because I think everybody knows where I stand. He actually got a diverse members of the county board, not senior members, not whatever, people he brought on, to take a look at this issue. And I appreciate all of their work. I do apologize. I thought that they would take my timesheet and look at it since I have to turn it in every month. They didn't, and they'll see that I do work the plus 20 hours a week. And the biggest thing is that I think what a lot of our members said, we're going to lose diversity on this board. We're going to lose other people's voices. Hard to believe. I do like all of you. It's a nice debate here. I don't like staying here all day because I guess my other part-time job that I go to, that's our family business, doesn't see me. But again, we need to think about this. I was on the board when it was 24. We were leaders back then. We lowered the members from 24 to 18. We split off. Again, we represent over 150,000 people. I think we've got good working relationships here on the board. We've got 3 members. Again, by reducing the board, we're going to reduce the people's voice that we have out there. A lot of people are here that are bringing this forward. I was shocked today that some members put down that they worked less than 9 hours a week. I find that just hard to believe and been lectured to about it. Again, I think we're valuable here at this board. I think we bring a value to the county. It's diversity, it's different voices on issues. Oh, for the days when it was all Republicans and we hated each other, but now this is, I guess, much more fun that we can argue back the other way. But again, I think we're valuable with 18 board members, and I hope we would vote this down and keep it at 18. Thank you.
Okay. So there's been a motion and a second on CBR 447-20 an advisory question of public policy regarding the county, reducing the county board size. So a yes means you want to put this question before the voters. A no means that you do not. So with that, Mr. Deputy Clerk, please call the roll.
Zay.
No.
Chaplin.
Yes. Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. No. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
No.
Healy. Aye. Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Aye. Noonan. No. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski. No. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. No. Selman.
No.
Tornatori.
No.
Fails 8 to 10.
Okay, there are 8 voting yes, 10 voting no. The resolution fails. It fails. The resolution, no, they had to pass the resolution to get the question on the ballot. It got 8 yes votes. It got 10 no votes. Okay. Yes. Why don't we take a brief recess? Let's finish the agenda, the county board item on the agenda and topic, and then we'll take a break right before finance, please.
Microphone, please.
Microphone, Jim.
See, if you guys were here, I wouldn't have turned the microphone on. Move on CBR 44320, expanded board of review appointment of Catherine Thorpe.
But a motion and a second. Mr. Deputy.
I'm
Member
sorry,
Chaplin.
discussion. I have questions, just a question, please. Or you know what, I'll ask it under old business. I'll ask it under old.
No, go ahead, please. This is the time to ask it. Forgive me, please.
Jim, I could really see your face. You know. So, you know, at today's meeting and at the July 14th meeting, we've been appointing members to the Board of Review. So I learned that we don't have a supervisor of assessments right now, and if the board was going to be notified of that, I understand there's a highly qualified woman that's acting as a supervisor assessments, but I don't know that she has the necessary certifications on that. So I was just wondering what's going on with that and where we are on that.
I think you're right. You can bring it up under new business. I don't think this has to do with.
Yeah,
I guess
it's related to this appointment, but there's been a long process, and so yes, we want to promote from within. We have a very talented, hardworking, longtime public servant, Helen. She's been outstanding, and so so it's my understanding that she plans to take the test that will be given shortly down in Springfield. And it is my hope and expectation, and I'm confident that she will pass it, and then we will be able to promote this woman from within. And I know how much you support women in leadership at the county here. So I want to commend Helen for stepping up, and the supervisor of assessments is an extremely important position. This appointment, however, has to do with an expanded board of review, and so please, Mr. Zay.
Aye. Roll call.
There's been a motion and a second. Deputy Clerk, please call the roll.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Okay, the resolution is adopted. Mr. Zay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move on item F, request for approval of county board committee assignments, making Sam Tornatori the chairman of Health and Human Services, Tim Elliott the chairman of Legislative, and Sadia Covert the vice chairman of Legislative.
There's been a motion and a second. Member Desart seeking recognition.
Yes, thank you. I would like to make a motion to bifurcate this vote. These are 3 separate people in 3 different committees, and I'd like to make a motion to vote on each one separately, if that's okay.
Okay, so She wants to divide the question into three parts. She's made a motion. Is there a second? Member
A
Ozog?
second.
There she is. So there's been a motion and a second to bifurcate, or actually trifurcate this question. So, so all those in favor, well, we have to do a roll call. There's been a motion and a second. Member Deputy Clerk, would you please call the roll on this motion to separate the question so that she can deal with each one of these three
Mr. Chairman,
appointments?
just a point of order.
Yeah.
How do we do that? Because it's not written. How do we divide them out? Because it's not on our agenda.
We
I just
have
wanna make sure that we're
entertained a motion on this type of question within the Roberts Rules. It does allow you to bifurcate. I don't recall the word, I don't remember breaking it up into three parts. But I guess I was willing to extend a courtesy here to Member Dessart, because I thought as soon as we dispose of this motion, we could get back to the business of the county.
Thank you.
So, please.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Yes,
Mr. Chairman?
Member Ozog.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, talking about the previous referendum questions. This is the sort of thing that
Joe,
should be.
please, I'm not going to recognize you, Member Ozog. We
No,
were
I'm
trying
sorry.
to
This should
address
be-
this
This should
specific
be
item.
listed in the agenda. Please don't interrupt me. The names of the people who are being nominated should be listed in the agenda.
Okay. Are they listed in the agenda items?
The
That
county,
we put it out. Right, we
The
tried
sheet's
to
on
do
there.
that in the past. It's on the website.
It's in the packet.
It's in the packet. And in the
The
past,
1700-page packet.
okay, you got to read the packet. It's a lot of pages in there, a lot of big words.
no.
All right. Where were we? Member DeCiani.
I don't see a need to bifurcate the vote. I think the picks are good picks. Member Tornatore, I think will do a great job as chairman. I'll be a no on the bifurcate because I.
Okay, so we have this motion to separate this question. It's not been clearly stated, but again, just as a courtesy to allow them to try to make some point here, we're going to have a roll call vote. There's been a motion and a second. Mr. Deputy Clerk, would
This
you
is to
please call the
trifurcate?
roll?
Dessart.
Aye.
DeCiani. No. Eckhoff. Elliott.
No.
Hart. No. Healy. Krajewski. Larson. No. Noonan. No. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski. No.
Yes.
Renahan. Did she say pass?
Oh, she didn't say anything yet, but you're supposed to vote yes on this.
Whose turn is it?
Renahan.
We can't, can I
couldn't hear-
just ask that the members, when they're voting, I think it's very difficult for some of us online to hear the votes cast. So when you're voting, if each of you could hit the button, that would be really helpful because I think we're losing track of the roll call.
Yeah, I couldn't hear Adam. Thanks. Aye.
You were an aye. Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
No.
Tornatore. Aye. Zay.
No.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Healy. Aye. Covert.
So what are we doing
Yes,
here?
10 to 8.
10 to 8,
Passes.
yes, to bifurcate.
Okay, so
So, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
I will move, the first item, I will move to name Sam Tornatore as Chairman of Health and Human Services.
been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
No. Since it was my motion, Chairman,
Well,
I can make the motion of the order in which I'd like to have these done, right?
it works that way.
Sorry.
All right, but please proceed. What would you like to address this question about Mr. Tornatore's appointment, Member Dessart?
I will, yes. And first of all, Chairman, I don't appreciate you saying they have a point to make because it was my motion to bifurcate or trifurcate. So it was obviously just me, there was no they. It was just Dawn
I was just
Dessart.
referring to the rules. I don't remember a portion that talks about dividing the question.
The reason why I
into
wanted to
three parts.
trifurcate is because regarding Member Elliott, I would have voted aye. Regarding Member Covert, I would have voted aye. But regarding Member Tornatori, in my house, we learned to stand up and speak against injustices. And in my house, we learned to be bold and unafraid, especially when speaking on behalf of what is right. When Member DeCiani stepped down as chairman of the Health and Human Services Committee, the clear and obvious choice of a replacement was to elevate the vice chair, Member Julie Renahan, to that position. The fact that you did not, Chairman Cronin, is a disgrace, frankly. This decision is either political, where it says that Dan Cronin is not a friend to women. Either way, it's a disgrace. In fact, it's a disgrace to this board, which has committees where there are vice chairmanships for a reason. It's a disgrace to the voters of DuPage County who elected Member Renahan. By the way, Member Renahan in the November 2018 race, she received 33,000 votes. Member Tornatori received 24,000 votes. And in these past 2 years, I'm sorry, is somebody interrupting me? I'll ask you not to. In the past 2 years, the women's voices on this board have been the boldest and the loudest, looking to downsize the board to save taxpayer dollars, looking to combine the recorder's office with the clerk's office to save taxpayer dollars. These are the women's voices. Now, Member Tornatori is a deeply respected member of this board, but Member Tornatori already holds 2 committee chairmanships, 2. And he also serves as president of the DuPage County Health Department. Member Renahan, as vice chairman of the Health and Human Services Committee, deserves to be elevated to this chairmanship. Women have been fighting for equality and for winning a seat at the table for far too long. In fact, this year, 2020, we're celebrating the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment, guaranteeing and protecting women's constitutional rights to vote. The passage of the 19th Amendment marked the largest expansion of democracy in the history of the United States. Women don't expect more than. We just want the same as. We want a fair and just democracy, and we demand a fair and just society. And here you are, Chairman, in the year 2020, telling a woman, Member Renahan, that she is capable enough to be vice chair, but that she has hit that glass ceiling and won't be given the chairmanship now that the chair has stepped down. Again, I respect the heck out of a Member Tornatori. But as we celebrate the 100th anniversary of women receiving the constitutional right to vote, by not elevating the vice chair, Member Renahan, to chairman, here in DuPage County, Illinois, you have just set women back 100 years, Chairman Cronin.
Okay, further discussion, Member Larson.
I'm going to repeat what I've said over and over and over again. It is really a shame that we can't talk to each other in a more adult, more respectful fashion than what we just heard. We are talking about an appointment, a political appointment, and people are going to create issues, alleged gender discrimination. You want to compare what happened 100 years ago to a political appointment to a committee? If anybody is setting back the women's movement 100 years, it's you, Member Dessart, because that's a shameful comparison to make. Shameful. Chairman Cronin has never demonstrated misogyny on any issue, and it's absurd to suggest otherwise. When there were members of this board who voted against a Latino, in fact, multiple Latino or Latina appointments of the chairman, and there were people who raised questions about that. I stood up on behalf of the board members, including the Democratic board members, and said, I don't believe any of you are discriminatory. You're just making a different decision. But for you to do the opposite and to do such a faithless argument is really a shame. Now, we want to talk about politics and issues. I don't remember any member of this board standing up and saying, you know what? There's a white male down in Springfield who has been the chairman of the most powerful organization in government in the state of Illinois for 38 of the last 40 years, who is under federal investigation for corruption and is still backed by his party. And you know, the majority leader, also white male. Didn't hear a word about that. You know what else we don't have down in Springfield? Not a single Republican, much less a Republican woman, appointed to any committee position.
Order, Chairman. Point of order. You know, this is off the rails.
No, excuse me.
Off the rails. I love this.
No, personal privilege here. He mentioned my name.
Please, Joe, turn that
You
microphone
can talk
off.
when we're
The
done.
only one that's talking is Bob right now.
So,
Children.
we look at in Washington, we look in Springfield. Apparently Nancy Pelosi, because she's never appointed a Republican woman to chair any committee. Apparently Mike Madigan, because he's never appointed any Republican woman to chair any committee in Springfield. They're both misogynists. Apparently that's the level of dialogue that we're going to have here. It's wrong. This committee, this board, has 5 of the 7 women members on this board who are an 11-7 minority on the board, elected. We were all elected too, have committee chairmanships. That is more bipartisan than virtually any level of government you're going to see anywhere. And yet, every single time these issues come up, we throw out false charges as, and I think Member Covert put it great, weaponization of gender. It's wrong. It demeans the real struggles that women have had over the years to find positions, to get equal roles. You've seen the chairman's appointments. You've seen the chairman appoint his leadership team. And what happened? Well, the same member who's raising this issue said, well, I can certainly see why Nick Kottmeyer got his raise. I don't know about the 2 women who got a raise. That doesn't seem to make sense. So let's have a little consistency here. Let's have a little respect for one another. Oh, and Member Dessart, you're rolling your eyes there on screen. I thought that was considered disrespectful when other people do that to you. So let's have respect for one another. Let's stop these political assaults and do the business of the people of this county. Thank you.
Member DeCiani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I could think of no...
Point of personal privilege. He mentioned my name. He was all over the board rambling.
Okay, we're going to recognize Mr. DeCiani. We're going to give you a moment to collect yourself, and we'll get back to you in a moment, Member Dessart. Okay? Member DeCiani.
I respect both members, Member Renahan and Member Tornatore. I think given the fact this is a very short-term appointment, this is only going to go for, 5 months, and the fact that this committee is the liaison committee to the Public Health Department, which is its own separate board, which Chairman Tornatore chairs that particular committee. I think in transition right now, this is the best move. Member Ranahan is still in leadership. She's a vice chair. She was a great vice chair for me. Julie, I appreciated your leadership. But I think given the short-term transition, I think Member Tornatore will do a great job. I respect him. I think he's open to woman leadership, which you'll be the vice chair. I don't think there's any demotion there. And I think this will be a safe, given what we've got going on with COVID, given what we got going on at the care center, I think Sam's got a steady hand. I think he'll do a great job. And I look at both of you guys as leaders of this committee, which I still will be a part of, and I'm happy about that. But let's not get frustrated here. Let's work together. As a former chair, I welcome both of you guys, but I think given the short-term length of this, I think having somebody that oversees the health department is a good pick. And I respect Sam Tornatore. He'll do a great job. And I'll be a yes vote for Sam. Thank you.
Okay. Member Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Pete, I appreciate those words. I think it's a good level-headed way to look at this. But I don't want to forget what we just witnessed on this board floor a moment ago from the member from District 5 who mentioned that this was a disgraceful appointment. Quote, "The only thing disgraceful about this appointment is how you just reacted to it and how you cast claims of misogyny on the floor when forgetting that in the same motion you opted to bifurcate or trifurcate, sorry, Connor, I know that's not the right word, but in the same motion you opted to trifurcate, you're forgetting that one of the other appointments that the chairman just made was the only minority woman on this board to a position of leadership. But apparently that doesn't matter. Member Covert doesn't matter. Only Member Renahan matters. And that is something that I think we need to call out and say for what it is. We need to make sure that we have the right leadership in these positions at this time. Member Tornatore is the president of the Board of Health, taking over the Health and Human Services Department. I support his appointment. I support Member Covert's appointment. And let's stop the name calling on this board. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion, Member Ozog.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, it does seem that if we have vice chairmen, those vice chairmen would be raised to chairmanship when a vacancy would become open. Ms. Renahan, excuse me? Excuse me? Ms. Renahan, why am I muted? Am I muted?
No, you're not.
Okay, so she was a vice chairman and she sat on this committee for 18 months. And Member Desart respectfully spoke up about it. And if she feels it's disgraceful, that is certainly her prerogative to say so. Because I don't understand why Ms. Renahan wouldn't have been elevated to this position. And I'll tell you something else. If women hadn't spoken up 100 years ago, actually for about 70 years before that, they wouldn't have the vote today. The women got the vote 38 years before I was born. Okay, so if you don't speak up, squeaky wheels get the oil, all right? But in this particular case, this has nothing to do with Ms. Covert's position as vice chairman of legislative. I believe Mr. Elliott was the vice chairman and is now being raised to the chairmanship. Furthermore, Mr. Torrentore's position as the chairman of the Board of Health really doesn't impact this particular committee, because my understanding is that it's primarily it's human services versus actual health care. That's our health department's role. So I think Ms. Desart, in speaking up today, is simply expressing the fact that it's hard to understand why this particular situation happened. When we first came on this board, I expressed interest in being on the Transportation Committee. Today, that committee has no women on it. Judicial and Public Service has two women out of 12 members. I believe it's 12 members. Mm-hmm. So from our first days on this board, the appointments did not seem particularly equitable. So in my experience, my 62 years of experience, if you don't speak up, nobody's going to do anything to change the status quo. And in this particular case, Ms. Renahan should have been chosen to handle this job for the 6 months that are left. She sat there for 18 months, has done a great job, knows the committee, and she should indeed be the chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Healy.
I'm going to make Jimmy smile a little bit. I mean, if this does not sound familiar, it's like 20-some years ago, you and I were fresh on the board, and there was a chairmanship that opened up, and I know that one of us the new guys on the board wanted it. And there were some exceptionally strong women on the county board. Carolyn Cooley, Pam Ryan, Kurzwa, Belloc, Bo, Gow. I mean, I literally, said, we're supporting somebody else for the chairmanship, exactly the same position. And Kurzwa just looked at me and said, sit down, young man, seniority first. You give it to somebody who knows how to handle it in the short term. And that's exactly what's happening today. To decipher it as anything else is just ridiculous. First of all, human services and the health department are integrally combined. We are in the middle of a budget crisis that has to do a lot with CARES and COVID and everything else. To not put Sam in would be illogical not to put Sam in. He has the credentials, he has the ability, he's the senior on the board, and just like 20-some years ago, when we had some exceptionally strong women on this board, who pretty much, in many cases, people would say ruled the board in those days. And they were the ones who have set these grounds from a long time ago. You look for the seniority, especially in the short term. And that's all the chairman did. He looked for seniority. On top of it, he looked at somebody who has the ability to work with between the health department and the county position. It just makes so much sense to put Sam in. And to say anything else is just looking for an excuse. I'm sure Member Renahan would be phenomenal in this as she gets more experience in it. But just like we had to wait for years to become chairmen of committees and everything else, you wait, you learn, you observe, you work with the department, you work with the staff, you learn the issue, and then you move forward. But it has nothing to do with gender. It has nothing to do with politics. It has everything to do with who is the most qualified at this time to do it. And this is not the first time this has happened, and it's gone the opposite way in the past, too.
Okay, further discussion, Member Renahan.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for welcoming me to this discussion. I won't belabor the point, but I do think it's a waste of time to shuffle the deck chairs when we've got 3 to 4 months before we shuffle totally all of us. And I'm prepared to do the job. I will be voting no because I do want to chair the committee. And I think we got important decisions to make, and we're wasting time on issues like this. This should have been automatic.
Okay. Member Chaplin was seeking recognition.
Thank you, Chairman Cronin. So, Member Healy, I'm just looking at the committee assignment. So, if the logic was seniority, then on the legislative committee, we're putting Member Elliott to chair, but Member Zay and Member Krajewski have much more seniority than Member Elliott. And if you look at the Health and Human Service Committee, Member Larson and Member Eckhoff are both on that committee who have, I believe, more seniority than Member Tornatori that could have served. So that kind of doesn't really make any sense. But what I want to say is that, you know, the vice chair assuming the role of the chair is a natural progression. And Member Renahan has really prepared for this role for the last year and a half. And she's demonstrated that by executing the responsibilities of chair of the HHS committee in Member DeCiani's absence. And, you know, women make up a little more than 50% of the population. But women continue to be underrepresented in many sectors, and they're less likely to hold leadership position roles. And that is exactly what's happening here at the county board. So bypassing Member Renahan, you know, as chair for the Health and Human Service Committee is a serious waste of her talent, because this is what she does. You know, last November, the board voted on inclusion and diversity into our strategic pillars. And I wish that our board would follow that in our appointments on these committees. So I'm going to be voting no today, basically not reflective of any of the board members, because I respect Member Tornatori. I'm going to be voting for members Elliott and Covert. But, you know, just on this one, I think because we're not really being inclusive in these appointments, I'll be voting no. So thank you.
Okay, so look, please give me a chance here to just sort of frame it, please. I mean, this was the appointment that I made. I believe at this unprecedented time, in the middle of this crisis with the pandemic, with unique public health challenges before us, Sam's 7 years of service on HHS committee and his experience as president of the Board of Health was a perfect fit. Now, more than ever, this is not about politics and some sort of, this is about collaboration with our health partners, our community nonprofit agencies. He knows all these players. He works with them. Our DuPage Care Center. It's essential that there's a smooth, seamless flow of information, vital services to some of our most vulnerable residents. I have no doubt Julie Renahan has capabilities. She did a marvelous job on that ad hoc responsibility. But Sam's deep understanding of the county public health system, his experience of dealing with, advocating for nonprofits, and his heartfelt support for the DuPage Care Center make him the perfect leader for this role. I believe it's essential for the county to speak with one united voice. And frankly, I'm sorry, but you have pushed me on this issue. There was a consideration that I took into account. And when I found out that Julie Renahan had taken sides with Sterigenics and the chemical industry against families and neighbors in and around Willowbrook, that was a significant consideration. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. You can laugh, you can smile, but that was an important consideration on top of all the other things that I just mentioned about Sam's unique qualifications. Further discussion, Mr. Puchalski.
Point of order.
You know, Mr. Chairman, we look at your appointments, and you appointed Steve Davis, a black man, to be on the Airport Authority, David Andalcio on the Metro Board, and then it was Janice Anderson to the Zoning Board of Appeals, and these same 5 people voted against every one of them. And you talk about racial diversity. What hypocrisy was that?
Okay, further discussion. We do want to go back to Member Renahan, I suppose.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Okay, great. You know, I have to say, you know, it was a clerical error on the.
I don't know that. I don't know that at all. And the 6 people that testified here today, they didn't think it was either.
Not even a believable argument. It's a political argument,
no, it's not.
And you know, I disavow.
The
It's just
health issue that we confronted here in the county in my lifetime: cancer-causing toxic chemicals spewing out from a facility in your backyard. Come on, please.
Oh, please, that's just incorrect. Incorrect.
All right. Was that your remark? Do you want to add anything, Member Renahan? Okay. Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Mr. Zay to close.
Yeah, to close. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this all started with a personal attack on you. And I've known this man for 30 years. And a man who has 3 daughters and a wife that thinks he's not out there to promote women's rights is just laughable. A man who cares a lot. And again, when we talk about this, when we talk about appointments and talk about, we just had 2 subcommittees appointed. If I'm not mistaken, Member Selman and Member Covert were appointed as chairs of those subcommittees for big issues. But I didn't hear anything there. And again, going off of what Mr. Pachowski said, when we've had women appointed to the Airport Authority, to the Housing Authority, to the Zoning Board of Appeals, these same members have voted against women. So then to turn around and the hypocrisy of it and saying it, I guess we vote against the people we don't like, we vote against the people we do like. I guess that doesn't work. When you're trying to make that point that this chairman is against women, but then when he brings women forward, you vote against them continually, I don't understand it. Sam has the experience there, and I called Sam, and I was worried about Sam because if anybody knows Sam, Sam doesn't put 100% into anything. Sam puts 110% into everything. I was worried about his responsibilities, and he said he can do it. He's, again, this is right for this position at this time. He has the experience to get us through a pandemic that we're all dealing with. That, and I yell at him that Sam's an older gentleman, not as old as I am, but I notice he's here for every committee. He feels a responsibility to be here on this board to be here for committees, to do that, to show our employees that he cares, that we're asking them to come in here, that he's there. And that means a lot. I can tell you that Sam's here every day. So I would hope you would go a yes vote for the most qualified for this position.
Okay. Member Covert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say thank you for bending over backwards for me. I've seen you bend over backwards for Member Selman, Member Rutledge. I have for other all the other board women as well. I have witnessed it since last year, and I just want to say thank you for supporting me in my time of need last year when I was bullied. I mean, you helped me feel safe here. You supported me, and you've given me, resources and tools and help to adjust to the county board. So I find it very offensive that somebody would call you misogynist because that is not true at all, and I want to thank you for your work here.
Thank you. There's been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Zay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, can we clarify, this is just on the Tornatore?
Just on the Tornatore appointment, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
No.
Covert. Desart.
No.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Majewski.
Aye.
Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
No.
Pachowski. Renahan.
No.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Okay. I have 12 ayes, 5 nays, and 1 present. Okay, the resolution is adopted with respect to Mr. Tornatore's appointment.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Zay.
I move on the appointment of Tim Elliott as chairman of the Legislative Committee.
It's been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Present.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Okay, 17 voting aye, 1 present.
Thank you for your
Resolution
confidence.
is adopted. Mr. Zay.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I move on the appointment of Sadia Covert as vice chairman of the Legislative Committee.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Deputy Clerk, please call the roll.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Majewski. Larson. Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
The resolution is adopted. Let's take a 10-minute recess, please. Okay, we last left off with the completion of the county board agenda, and now we move to finance with member Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, under Chairman's remarks, I just want to
Do we have to take, excuse me, do we have to take a roll call to make sure we have a quorum?
Yeah, I took a visual, but let's do a quick roll call here, please. I did make a note of that earlier, but I didn't announce it. So please, Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Chaplin.
Here.
Covert. Here. Desart.
Here.
DeCiani. Eckhoff.
Here.
Elliott.
Here.
Hart.
Here.
Healy. Krajewski. Larson.
Here.
Noonan.
Here.
Ozog.
Here.
Pachalski. Renahan.
Here.
Rutledge. Selman.
Here.
Tornatore.
Here.
Zay.
Okay, we have a quorum. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. On to the order of finance, Mr. Bob Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, under Chairman's remarks, I know we had a lot of contentious issues today, but we were, and I'm proud of the work that the board has done in providing support to the fire protection districts and our ongoing support through our small business loan program for additional $1 million that's going to be distributed to small businesses as we continue that program. And now the board voted today that we will expand that program, which I think will help even more businesses, including those who have received a Paycheck Protection Program money but who still had business interruption issues. So I'm glad we were able to do that. With that, I would move approval of FIR 43020, acceptance and appropriation of the Adult Redeploy Illinois Program Grant.
Second.
And I know Member Covert needed to step out of this room.
Okay, let the record reflect that Member Covert is leaving the room. There's been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
She said aye, just read her lips.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachalski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Okay, sorry, it was muted. Aye.
Tornatore. Aye. Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Got to unmute it. You muted yourself.
No, it says the host has muted you. So I would appreciate if the host would not mute us so we can move the meeting through and not have to unmute every time. The host is muting us. Thank you.
Okay, please proceed.
Chaplin.
Are you going to have to take it off?
Aye. Please don't have us on mute like that. Thank you.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski. Motion passed.
Okay, the resolution is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That would
Member Covert's re-entered the room. Please proceed, Mr. Larson.
Thank you. I'd move to combine agenda items B through G.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. There's been a motion and a second to combine items B through G. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed,
Aye.
nay.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The items are combined. Please proceed, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would move approval of the following, which are all acceptance and appropriations of various grants. FAR 43120, which is the Illinois Family Violence Coordinating Council grant. FIR 43220, the Tobacco Enforcement Grant. FIR 43320, the Donated Funds Initiative Program Grant. FIR 43420, the Violent Crime Victims Assistance Program Grant. FIR 43520, the Illinois Department of Human Services Supportive Housing Grant. FIR 43620, LIHEAP Grant.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Granahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore. Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Okay, those resolutions are adopted. Mr. Larson.
Mr. Chairman, approve of FIR 23019, amendment to the holiday schedule.
Leave is granted. Mr. Larson.
All right, move approval of FIR 44120, improvement of amendment to agreement with Choose DuPage to administer the COVID-19 small business.
Second most favorable roll.
Leave is granted. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approve FIR 44220, placing names on payroll.
Second most favorable roll.
Leave is granted. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No, not with Sheila, we don't.
We're trying to confirm if we have an adequate physical.
It's members present, so DeCiani and them are not here, so that number for quorum would go down, right? Well, no, we only have 16 board members here.
What do you recommend? So just for point of information to all board members, those that are remote, we have a quorum issue right now. We had member DeCiani and member Rutledge here that would have given us 11 here present. I'm advised by our state's attorney that you have to have a majority present, which means 10. Right now we have 9. So can somebody call okay, so we have an avenue forward here. So we do have a quorum, of course, when you include the folks that are remotely participating. It's kind of an anomaly in the law. It probably needs to catch up with all these remote meetings. And so we cannot, however, entertain a motion with leave of the body, adopt a previous roll call. We can't do that. We'll have to do a roll call each time. Unless member DeCiani or member Rutledge, if you're within the sound of my voice, please come back and help us finish the meeting. But otherwise, we can attend to the business here. It just will take a little bit longer with roll calls for each item. So with that, Mr. Larson.
And just to clarify, do we need to go back with the other 3 items?
They were here, I think, before that.
Okay. So then we're on to...
You're the clerk, or deputy clerk. What do you think here?
Well, just the last roll call I took for the combined votes for items B through G, DeCiani, Healy, and Rutledge were not present for that vote.
Okay. Well, then we got to go back. So. Okay, so for the record, we're meeting and conducting this meeting under Section 7E. E is in easy of the Open Meetings Act. So with that, Mr. Larson, let's try it again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would then move to combine items B through G on the agenda.
We did those.
Okay, we can combine it. We just got to do a roll call
on B through G. Even those?
You're right. We did the roll call, so we can move to the next item. Got it.
No, it's I think Connor was saying the opposite. I think
you got to take a roll call on B. We got to take a roll call on
C. No, but
C.
we did on B.
take a roll call to combine them, but it can't be a voice vote.
Yeah. We can't do a voice vote.
Oh, my
to
God.
combine.
Just to clarify the procedure, you can do if you're seeking to combine items, that must be done by roll call vote, not voice vote.
Even without approving them, just to combine them?
Just to combine them. All votes, according to Section 70, which was just passed, for good or for bad, even procedural votes, need to be roll call votes so that everyone's vote is recorded on the record and that members of the public can see how any given representative is voting on any given vote, even procedural votes.
So how do we vote on G?
So,
Combined, we do that according to roll call. Can we do that on one roll call?
yes. So you could do it, yes. You can combine them all on one roll call, and then you could have a subsequent roll call vote to approve everything that's been combined.
So as I understand it, we entertained a motion to combine B through G. On a voice vote, everyone had agreed we have to go back and do a roll call vote on that, and then a subsequent roll call on the combined items, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
So I will again move to combine agenda items B through G.
Okay, there's been a motion to combine these items, seconded by Member Noonan. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan. Aye. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori. Aye. Zay. Aye. Chaplin. Chaplin.
Oh, I'm having a very hard time hearing you, Adam.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Aye.
Okay, the items are combined. Now, you've given a description that's in the record, so we would entertain a motion and a second to approve all these items, not by voice, not with leave, but a motion and a second.
Moved.
Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori. Aye. Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Okay, those resolutions are adopted by a roll call vote. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would then move to combine agenda items H through M, which are all various procedural and other related matters.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second to combine these items. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Okay, thank you.
you, Mr.
The
Chairman.
resolutions are adopted. Mr. Larson.
I would then move approval of FIR 23019 amendment to the holiday schedule. 44120 approval of the amendment to the agreement with Choose DuPage for the administration of the Small Business Relief Program. 44220 placing names on payroll. 44420 budget transfers for various companies' accounting units. 44520 intergovernmental agreement between the County of DuPage and various fire protection districts for reimbursement of eligible COVID-19 expenses. And 44820 correction of a scrivener's error on the U.S. Census data.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Okay, the resolutions are adopted by a roll call vote. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Then I would move to combine agenda items M through R, which are expenditures of funds.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? A second by Member Noonan. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore. Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Resolutions are combined. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would then move approval of FIR 45120, ratification of emergency procurement of goods and services in the amount of $1,127,824.08. FIR 45220, recommendation of approval of a payment to the DuPage Convention and Visitors Bureau in the amount of $85,761.24. 45320, approval of issuance of payments to small business independent contractors in the Small Business Program, Relief Program in the amount of $1,063,336. 45420, approval of payment to ETSB for reimbursement of eligible expenses in the amount of $817.30. And FIP 21920, approval of a contract of physicians, Immediate Care Chicago PLC for health and drug services and so forth for $25,484 per little bit.
Okay, it's a motion. There's a second by Member Zay. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Wachowski. Aye. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Thank you.
Aye.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy. Krajewski.
Okay, the resolutions are adopted. Thank you, Mr. Larson. On to the order of development. Member Sam Tornatore.
There we go. Connor, I think you're going to tell me if I'm wrong on this, but I'm going to move to combine items 10A through G. These are all zoning hearing officers' recommendations, which were unanimously approved by committee.
Okay, so there's a motion to combine items A through G, seconded by Member Noonan. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Wachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve DCO 4320, Ordinance C1910, the zoning hearing officer's recommendation to approve a variation for a 6-foot-high solid fence. Move to approve DCO 4520, Ordinance C2019, zoning hearing officer's recommendation for conditional use to allow an existing shed to remain on the premises. Item C, I move to approve DCO 46-20, Ordinance C2020, zoning hearing officer's approval for a variation to increase the height of an existing 6-foot fence. Move to approve DCO 47-20, Ordinance C2021, zoning hearing officer's recommendation to approve a conditional use to allow an existing shed. Move to approve DCO 49-20, Ordinance C2028, zoning hearing officer's recommendation for a variance to allow a detached garage. Move to approve DCO 5120, Ordinance C2033, zoning hearing officer's recommendation to approve a variance to increase height of a detached garage. And move to approve DCO 52-20, Ordinance C2035, zoning hearing officer's recommendation to approve a conditional use to allow an existing shed to remain.
Okay, this motion, seconded by Member Zay. No discussion. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Okay, the resolutions are adopted. Thank you, Mr. Tornatore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On to Health and Human Services.
It appears that I'm going to be making these motions as well. And to our committee updates, since I've been chairman for so long, I have so much to say. First, thank you to you, Mr. Chairman, for the appointment. Thank you to those who voted for and affirmed your appointment, and to all those who, even though you may have voted against me, had some nice words to say. I certainly harbor no ill will, and will work with all of you, including Vice Chairman Renahan, to continue the work of Chairman DeCiani. I would move to approve HHR 437-20, resolution to approve the issuance of payments by DuPage County to energy assistance providers through the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program, or LIHEAP, in the amount of $2,542,328. And just for the record, I'm going to take A, B, and C separately and combine D through K because they're all contracts.
Okay, so on item A, there's been a motion, and it's seconded by Member Eckhoff. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Aye. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Aye. Noonan. Aye. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Passes.
Okay.
Thank you,
Mr.
Chairman.
Tornatori.
I move to approve HHS R43-20, a resolution recommendation of approval of Ray Graham Association's request to transfer community development block grant liens in the amount of $497,000.
Been a motion and a second.
That looks like a scrivener's error there. I don't know what that is. 497, 77.31 doesn't make any sense. Does anybody have, Sean, Nick, know what that number is supposed to be? Well, I move approval of that amount, whatever it's supposed to be. I don't know what it is. Okay. Mary, if you're on. Oh, well, I got to.
Yes, I'm here. I'm looking up the number.
Okay. I was going to look through the resolutions, but.
Hang on. A 494773.31.
Okay.
494,773.31. Okay, move to approve HHSR 438-20, recommendation for Ray Graham in the amount of $497,773.31.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Okay, the resolution is adopted.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Tornatori.
Chairman. Move to approve HHS R439-20, resolution recommendation for approval of a third agreement modification of a CDBG agreement with Midwest Shelter for Homeless Veterans.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Aye. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Resolution is adopted. Mr. Tornatori.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The following are all contracts or amendments to a resolution for a contract. I move to combine items D, E, F, G, H, I, J, and K.
Is there a second on that motion? There's been a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin. Chaplin. Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Okay, the items are combined. Please proceed, Mr.
Thank you,
Tornatore.
Mr. Chairman. I move to approve HHSP 199-20, a recommendation for approval of contract to DuPage Federation on Human Services in the amount of $45,000. I move to approve HHSP 200-20, a recommendation for a contract issued to technical communities for purchase of a low-tech, socially distanced queuing system in the amount of $76,137. Move to approve HHSP 201-20, a recommendation to ARXCM for supplies for fast-pack elite medication in the amount of $26,500. Move to approve HHP 202-20, a recommendation of a contract to Direct Supply, Inc., in the amount of $27,000. Move to approve HHSP 203-20, a recommendation for approval by contract to Jones Healthcare, LLC, in the amount of $27,000. Move to approve HHP 204-20, a recommendation to approve a contract purchase order to Pulmonary Exchange Ltd. in the amount of $30,000. Move to approve HHSP 205-20, a recommendation of a contract to Lakeshore Dairy for fluid dairy in the amount of $80,000. And finally, I move to approve HHSP 2518-19, amendment to resolution HHSP 251-19 issued to Cimbria Rehab in the amount of $119,170.
Member Tornatore moves. Member Zay seconds. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Colbert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Wachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Okay, the resolutions are adopted by a roll call vote. Thank you, Mr. Tornatore. On to the Order of Judicial Public Safety, Member Grant Eckhoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move approval of JPS 197-20, recommendation to enter into an agreement between the 18th Judicial Circuit and Holly Smith for Family Violence Coordination Council Coordinator.
And a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Wachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman. Selman. Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Eckhoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move approval of JPS 198-20, recommendation for approval of contract to Dr. Elizabeth Donegan to provide complete comprehensive evaluation of offenders for probation and court services.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Wachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Thank you, Mr. Eckhoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to combine and approve JPS agenda items C, D, and E, all of which are contracts to enhance our off-site electronic storage of our circuit court.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll on combining these three items.
Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Wachowski. Renahan.
Aye. Did you hear me? Sorry.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Eckhoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move approval of 211-20 contract for Logicalis lines at C. D, which is a contract purchase order with CenturyLink, which is JPS 212-20, and line E, JPS 174-A16, all with Logicalis. And as I said, all are to enhance our off-site electronic storage of our court files.
There's been a motion and a second. No discussion. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Wachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Eckhoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd move to combine JPS agenda items F, G, and H, all of which are authorizations.
And a
for
motion and a
overnight
second to
travel.
combine these items. Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Wachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
The items are combined. Please proceed, Mr. Eckhoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd move approval of JPS agenda item F, authorization for overnight travel to Urbana. JPS agenda item G, authorization for overnight travel to Urbana, and JPS agenda item H, overnight travel also to Urbana on different dates, all for our
motion and a
OEM
second.
staff.
A question from Member Desart.
Thank you, Chairman. These say August 11th and 12th of 2020.
The agenda items F and G are August 11th and 12th, and H is October 18th through the 23rd.
Yeah, but today is August 11th, right?
They're going tonight because the reason they're leaving today is the meeting on August 12th starts at 8 a.m. So they have to go tonight so that they don't have to travel 4 hours before an 8 a.m. meeting tomorrow.
Okay, I just wondered because it's like now, they're leaving now. It just seemed odd that something on the agenda was for like today.
Right now, he's going to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did that seem odd to anybody else?
I seem odd to a lot of people. So.
All right, thank you. Carry on.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Wachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Eckhoff. On to the order of Public Works, Member Jim Healy. In his stead, we have Sean Noonan, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval on FMR 440-20, recommendation for the approval of an agreement between the County of DuPage, Illinois and DuPage County Bar Association for lease of space at the Henry J. Hyde Judicial Office Facility for facilities management for a monthly rate of $500 for the 4-year period of
Second.
April 1st through March.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Wachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori. Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy. Krajewski. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Sean Noonan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval on PWR 426-20, DuPage River Salt Creek Work Group. The Public Works and Stormwater Management Departments desires to continue participating.
Second.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Wachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori. Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy. Krajewski. Larson.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Noonan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval on FMP 20820, recommendation for the approval of a contract to Fox Valley Fire and Safety Company, Inc. for preventative maintenance, testing, and repair.
The motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Wachowski. Renahan. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori. Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy. Krajewski. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Noonan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval on PWP 20720, recommendation for the approval of a contract to Core and Maine LP for the purchase of water and sewer distribution repair materials.
And a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori. Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy. Krajewski. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Noonan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval on PWP 20920, recommendation for the approval of a contract to Integral Construction for a new above-ground storage station in the Woodridge Green Valley Treatment Facility.
There's been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori. Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy. Krajewski. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Noonan.
Okay, and finally, Mr. Chairman, I move for approval on PWP 20620, agreement between the County of DuPage, Illinois, and Robinson Engineering for on-call professional engineering services.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori. Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy. Krajewski. Larson.
Okay, the resolution is adopted. Thank you very much, Mr. Noonan. On to the order of Stormwater, Member Jim Zay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to combine items A and B.
Motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Zay.
Mr. Chairman, move on SMR 42420, permanent easement with DuPage County and Carroll Stream, and SMR 41420, intergovernmental agreement with DuPage County and Oak Brook for water quality amount of $40,000.
Been a motion and a second on these two items substantively. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Zay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, move on SMR 42420, recommendation approval of resolution participation in ComEd Green Region Program.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Weird.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Zay.
Mr. Chairman, move to combine items D, E, and F.
Been a motion and a second to combine these items. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Zay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On SMP 19620, approval contract issued to V3 in amount of $90,000. Move on SMP 21020, contract issued to Columbia Engineering for an amount of $30,000. An amendment to authorization with an intergovernmental agreement with DuPage County and Lyle Township Highway District.
A motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zay. A fine report. On to the order of technology, member Greg Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move on item TEP 213-20, recommendation for the approval of a contract to SHI International Corp. This is a COVID item. Should be marked as
Second.
And a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori. Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move on item B, TEP 215-20, recommendation for the approval of contract to Rosbrushka and Sons doing business as Wally's Printing.
Motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
You skipped me, Mr. Clerk. Sorry, I was an aye vote.
Oh, forgive me, please. I'm
It's okay. I just think I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
Mr.
It's
Clerk.
Johnson's fault.
Yeah, it's Adam Johnson. I didn't.
I had a check
I
for
would
you,
never
so that
skip
was my
Ashley
fault.
Solomon, ever. Getting tired.
Apologies,
Is
Member
that
Solomon.
an N95 mask? That was a
I don't know.
good,
I'm not gonna-
substantial one.
I don't know. I don't want to take it off and check.
Mr. Hart, no, don't
Thank
take it
you.
off. Don't
Thank
take
you,
it off.
Mr. Chairman. I'll move on TEP 214-20, ratification of an emergency procurement with Sound Inc.
Motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And lastly, I move on TECO 19-20, amendment to resolution TEP 159-19, issued to Cherry Road Technologies, Inc.
Motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay.
Aye. Oh. Sorry.
No.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff.
The order did it.
Elliott.
Aye.
Okay, great. Thank you, Member Hart. A fine report. On to the order of transportation, Member Don Pachowski.
Can't hear him.
I would move to combine consent agenda items A, 1, and 2.
And a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori. Zay. Chaplin. Chaplin. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Pachowski.
That would approve consent item 1, which is Atlas Engineering, a revised Schedule C, and A2, consent item Patrick Engineering, a revised Exhibit C.
And a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori. Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Pachowski.
Move to approve DTP 19520, contract to Triangle Fabrication and Body Company for repair and replacement parts as needed.
Motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori. Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Pachowski.
Mr. Chairman, I move to combine agenda items C to H, which are all amendments to resolution.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori. Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Pachowski.
Move to approve amendment to DTR 354C17, amendment to a resolution issued in a meeting for traffic signal and light maintenance program. Move to approve amendment to DTR 337A20, amendment to a resolution to Markham Construction for culvert replacement. Move to approve amendment to DTR 164B-19, amendment to resolution to Schroeder Asphalt Services for the Downers Grove Township Road Maintenance Program. Move to approve amendment to DTR 208A19, amendment to a resolution to SKC Construction for the 2018 Pavement Preservation Crack Sealing Program. Motion to approve amendment to DTR 263A20, amendment to a resolution to SKC Construction for the 2020 Maintenance Program, and move to approve amendment to DTR 405A-19, amendment to a resolution to the Local Public Agency Agreement Amendment Number 1.
Okay, is there a second? Second. There's been a motion and a second on these items substantively. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori. Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Okey dokey. Those resolutions are adopted. Thank you very much, Mr. Pachowski. A fine report. We moved on to the next order of business entitled Old Business. Old Business. Anyone seeking recognition on the order of old business? I see Member Chaplin.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Cronin. Today, it was very disheartening to hear you join in on a smear campaign against Member Renahan. You know that Member Renahan has been front and center on the Sterigenics issue. You know she has been standing with the people of Sterigenics in meetings. She's been at the county with them at meetings. She's been in Bob Berlin's office in meetings. She's been following through on emails. She has provided them with a ton of information regarding the issue. And for that was a mistake that happened. And for you to join in on that, I have to say it's shameful. I knew, we had our disagreements, but I didn't think it was I didn't think it was to this level that you were so upset with us for whatever reason, I don't know, that you would go to that level. I also want to mention something because Member Covert mentioned that the chairman had met with, has been so kind to all of them. I will let you know that the chairman has not had myself, Member Renahan, Member Ozog, or Member Desart in his office ever. I mean, since they've been elected, I haven't been in the chairman's office in I don't know how long to sit down and talk about things, to ask how things are going, nothing. So, we've been excluded on this board, the four of us, for maybe speaking up and maybe have our own opinions. But today, for you to join in on that smear campaign against Member Renahan, when that is not true, is really disheartening. And as I said, I don't even know. It's disheartening and it's shameful, and I'm very sad today about what took place on this floor with the whole meeting, but especially that.
Did you ever pick up the phone and call the chairman? Did you ever walk into his office? Did you ever knock on the door on his office? I want to let women and young girls know today that women empowerment is not about yelling and screaming and beating your chest. It is about taking the reins and doing what you need to get done. That's what you need to do. I'm tired of women, of the women on this board representing themselves like that. It's completely inappropriate. You have to take the reins. If you want something, go get it. Take it. Don't ask for permission. Don't wait for permission. I don't wait for permission. If I want something, I ask for it or I do it.
That's exactly what we've been doing, and we've been shot down for it.
You have never asked the chairman for anything, and you've never gone to his office. I haven't had any problems. Why? Because I don't beat my chest all the time.
And she interrupted my thing, and I was not done speaking, and she's out of order. I'm just saying.
Member
But this
Ozog
whole
is
thing
seeking
today with Member
recognition.
Renahan, I know Member Larson, and I appreciate all of his comments. He always talks about being civil. So as you all go to defend your chairman, I am defending my colleague as well, and I have the right to do that. And it's a shame that we don't have other women that support women on this board.
Okay. Member Ozog, on old business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding Ms. Chaplin's statement just now, Ms. Covert, please listen carefully to this. Back in June, there was an issue with one of our board members, and I was contacted specifically by a constituent, and I asked the chairman to call me. This was on a Friday, and the response was, please email me. He wouldn't return my call, and I really did need to speak to him. It was a confidential matter, and he never called me. So that was my approach to Mr. Chairman, and I got no response. So, and it was an important matter that I really did want to discuss, but there you go. So I did try to talk to you, Mr. Chairman, and you refused to call me back.
Okay, well, you can send me an email if you don't want to reduce it to writing. That's your prerogative. Further discussion on the business, on the order of old business. Okay, we move on to the order of new business. New business, looking forward to happier days and more harmonious days ahead. Anyone have anything to offer on the order of new business? Member Dessart.
Thank you, Chairman. On the order of new business, I would just like to say welcome to Chairman Tornatore for the Health and Human Services role. As I've always said, he is highly respected. I respect Member Tornatore. I should say Chairman now, Tornatore. And I look forward to being on his committee and working hard and being a part of his team. So welcome and congratulations to Chairman Tornatore.
Thank you, Don.
Okie dokie. Anyone else seeking recognition on the order of new business? New business? Seeing none, hearing none, I am advised we do not have anything to come before us on the order of executive session, so I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
And a motion and a second to adjourn this meeting to Tuesday, August 25th at 10 a.m. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Aye.
We need a roll call, forgive me. So, on the motion
It's
to
almost
adjourn,
August
Mr. Clerk,
25th right
please
now,
call
isn't
the
it?
roll.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Dessart.
Thanks, Nick.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Chalsky. Renahan. Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Motion passes.